XboxEra is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support.
The XboxEra podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.
Hello friends, and welcome to episode 196 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to talk about all the latest in gaming news from across the industry, but overall we're focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra or by becoming a YouTube member right here. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. I'm your host, Sika Mechanico, and I'm joined as usual by Special Nick.
Oh, that sounded
getting
horrible.
Fucking weirder every week.
I did not like how that sounded.
And Jesse's here too, and he doesn't like how things are sounding right now.
I really sound like you were deep throating a banana or something. That was. Hi,
So
everyone.
tired.
Hi,
I believe
chat.
it.
Lovely to see you. Yeah.
I had a 60th birthday last night, so I had a late night.
You
I'm so
look
tired.
great for 60.
celebrating.
Oh.
You're always celebrating out there, man. You're always like, oh, I got a wedding, I had a christening, I had a birthday party, I had a. What's going on? You're just a social butterfly, right?
Yeah. Real
That's
social
very unusual
butterfly.
in the gaming world. You know, normally we're all antisocial, basement dwelling jerks, right?
Big Greek family that likes to chuck parties.
Sounds fun. Do you ever get invited to them and you're just like, I don't want to.
Sometimes, every now and again. I'm usually not too bad with it. I like to dance, so it doesn't bother me that
House,
much.
yeah.
House, Greek,
Chat missed it.
R&B.
Jesse was
Greek,
playing
really?
some banging tunes. Banging tunes at the intro during like all the live videos, and we could hear them. And Nick and I are just throwing shapes. It was hilarious, but it was an outtake that no one ever saw. It was funny though.
Yeah.
I laughed. I hope chat's doing well.
You know what I want though? I want
do you
Jesse
want?
to turn HDR off.
Oh,
so
we're all flat again, aren't we?
So that we don't look washed out.
Oh no.
Weird. It looks normal on my end. Looks completely normal
It's
to
all
me.
washed out again. I think just
Yeah.
maybe just
Wait.
before the show, just for showtime, we just turn the Windows.
It is
11
not on.
HDR.
Let me turn it on. Gee, does it look better now?
Ah.
Oh. Ooh.
Now. Oh yeah. Now it's on. Now it
Yeah.
looks fine. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
It wasn't turned on. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Everyone relax.
Yeah.
It's been a week again. What is it?
Always
at the
is.
moment? Like first month of the year coming to a close, and it's already.
You know, like 4 of our last 5 episodes have been 4 hours.
Yes, I am aware of this.
Oh my god.
There's a funny community question where a friend of mine actually included a screen grab
Yeah,
of
I
our
know.
WhatsApp conversation.
I saw.
But yes, it is a thing. It's been a week. But before we get into the horrific ups and downs of the last week, we should probably talk about what we've been playing to a degree. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been dabbling in a few different things. Sadly, not much of it is for me, right? So I've tried a bit of Tekken 8. Yeah. Look, I'm not a big fighting game fan, right? So like, don't ignore my opinion. Basically, I know nothing, right? But I'm like, okay, yeah, it's Tekken, cool. It looks nice, and if you're a fighting game fan, I'm sure you're enjoying it. But it's just not my jam. So I kind of have bounced off that pretty quickly. I tried Palworld. Right, and we are going to talk about Palworld in more detail, probably when we get to Jesse, because he's actually played a significant amount. I've tried it twice. Again, I'm like, okay, I understand why people find this gameplay loop addictive, but yeah, it's not. It's not for me. Bounced right off. Just I don't care. I don't care about getting the next thing and ticking the next box and then getting the next thing after that. I just don't care.
It's not indie enough for you. They've made too much money.
Yeah, man, they've sold out.
It's too popular.
I'm going to be contrarian. My precious Pokemon. No, I don't care about that either. The one game I have quite enjoyed and I think is beautifully made, if a little bit noisy, is Go Mecha Ball, which is a lovely little game that you should try. It's on Game Pass right now. Jesse did a review of it. Quite right in what you were saying in that the gameplay loop is actually very slick and addictive and well made, but it is one noisy game. It's a very noisy game. Turn all those dials right down, maybe just have sound effects on and you'll be fine. But yeah, that's about it. A nice short and sweet this week. That's all I've been playing. What about you, Nick?
I too have been playing Tekken 8. We got our codes a little while back, and that's where I nearly stuffed up and said I was playing Tekken 8. Look, it's an interesting one. Because growing up, I was always a Virtua Fighter guy. Hated Tekken. Like, legitimately hated it. I just didn't like how clunky and slow it felt in comparison to Virtua Fighter. And strangely, I own quite a lot of Tekken games. Don't know why. Tekken 8, I don't mind it. Like, it's and don't take my opinion much because I'm not a Tekken guy, but it's probably the best Tekken I've played.
That seems pretty
like
universal.
Tekken.
Most people who like Tekken are loving this one.
Yeah, like I jumped in yesterday to start doing dabble in all the different modes, like the arcade mode where you create your own little avatar. I thought the likeness was pretty good of my avatar, hairstyle and all. And I just started doing some tutorials, some arcade modes, some story mode. Those story mode fights probably drag on a little bit long. Like the way they've structured the story mode, you have these fights. They're kind of normal fights, but they try to, I don't know how to even explain it. Like they try to drag out the fight as if you're watching a movie that you partially control. Kind of. So the fights can really drag on. Like you'll beat someone, you'll get their bar down, then a quick little mini cutscene plays, which
and then turns into a dragon.
Ones, and then they're like saying something, oh, is that all you got? Blah, 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 blah. And then you fight again, and then you're like, oh, okay. And then you get them down again. Hey, is that all you really got? Okay, let's do this again. And then you do it again, and I'm like, okay, this is now starting to outstay its welcome a little bit. Again, I realized yesterday when I was playing that, oh yeah, it's Tekken. Like I kind of, like when I was trying to be really fluid and get going and really bash in, I was like, why isn't this fast? Why isn't it? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm playing Tekken. I'm not playing Virtua Fighter. I'm not playing Killer Instinct. I'm not playing Street Fighter. I'm playing Tekken. But again, still good. Very disappointed in their ball mode.
Yeah,
so
it's not good.
One of the only things I ever loved about Tekken Tag on PS2 was Tekken Bowling. Tekken Bowling was worth buying Tekken Tag for. That is how good Tekken Bowling was. It was a legitimately great bowling game. Bought Tekken 7 for the same reason. I bought Tekken 7 just for Tekken Bowling because I found out they brought it back. So I'm like, hell yeah. Bought Tekken 7. Tekken 6 I bought for a wireless arcade stick. I had never intended to play the game, but this was the only way you could buy the wireless Hori arcade stick on Xbox 360. And then I discovered this had a ball mode, but it's like volleyball. And it's not very good.
It's pretty.
Honestly, I know you're a
mediocre.
Virtua Fighter guy, but I've always been a Dead or Alive guy. Like
I love Dead or Alive as well. I love Dead or Alive too.
Yeah, that was my preferred.
Only two?
Like very fast.
I knew you were going to do that.
Thank you.
It's fast. It's fluid. All the other fighters are so much faster and more fluid, and I just
there's too much juggling for me in Tekken. There's too much like, and
it's just slow and I say slow. It's faster than it's ever been. Don't get me wrong. But my memory
methodical.
Can't. Yeah, that's a good word for it. My memory of the old Tekkens 1, 2, and 3, I can't shake it, and I remember how incredibly slow and clunky those were, and I just can't shake that. But I'm sure Tekken fans will probably consider this the best Tekken ever. Very pretty, and I love that what they did with the menu screen, where it's Jin's face, and you can. They're really showing off Unreal Engine 5 and how real it looks. And the different menu options show the different parts of his body, and you can use the stick to move it around. There's something very early 2000s about it. I like it. But yeah, it's Tekken's the main thing that I've been playing. I also just unlocked Solid Snake and Old Man Snake from Metal Gear Solid 4 in Fortnite, which I really wanted to do. It was like Snake was the main reason I bought the Battle Pass. So I unlocked Snake, and I'm using him at the moment. He's got a cool emote where he holds up a exclamation mark, and it makes the very famous that that noise. I don't know how to do it. Yeah. So I've been playing a lot of Fortnite, especially with my son. He's like full obsessed at the moment, like full 100% all-in obsession with Fortnite.
I know.
Like, I'll wake up in the morning to hear clackety, 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 clack. And there he is. Like, he's woken up and he's either on his Xbox or on his PS5 and he's playing Fortnite. Crazy stuff. So he's going to have to stop that now that he's going back to school this week. But that's it. That's mainly what I've been playing.
Yeah. No Palworld for you.
Look, Palworld, I watched Destin Legary's before I was about to jump into it because I did download it. I downloaded it. Just thought I'll just try it. And then I watched Destin's stream. And after watching Destin's stream, I was like, this game I can already tell is not for me. I saw him.
Yeah.
He was there half naked and he was building some stuff.
Destin Legari was half naked on stream.
Yeah. And he's half
Honestly,
naked and he was
anything for
building
a
stuff
click nowadays.
Yeah. And
It
all of a
does
sudden
have
these dinosaurs.
extremely easy mode for you, Nick, where you can make all of that so easy that you're done with it in like 20 minutes. But because it's got full customization for how you want the game to work. But if you just want to play a normal, yeah, it's a survival game.
It is, and at first I didn't realize when it first took off. I didn't realize it was a survival game. They're just I didn't play Ark. I didn't enjoy Ark either.
Ark
and I'm watching
is
Destin and
like full on survival where you need very specific plants to get specific bait to go for this specific dinosaur instead of just walking up to anyone, smacking them with your spear and just throwing a ball at them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, he was building his base, and I saw these two dinosaurs just came out of nowhere and like destroyed everything, and then he had to start all over again. And I'm like, yeah, that's not my. I know that that thing is taking off now. Like, that's kind of what Lego Fortnite is, sort of. And I'm just, that's not my thing. It's just not my thing. More power to the probably 9 million people and the 20 or so on Xbox that are like loving it. Great. But that's just not my thing.
Yeah. Like, what about you, Jesse?
For me, I was I put out a couple of reviews this week. The first one was Lil Guardsman. I wasn't going to do a video for it, and we've already talked about Go Mecha Ball, which was the other one. Lil Guardsman is essentially lightly like Papers, Please. I don't know if you ever played that one where you're letting people in. Game. It's got that style of setup when you're in your guard shack because your dad has to go gamble on Goblin Ball. It's set in like a faux sort of fantasy realm, but also with like computers and telephones and shit because it just serves the plot. It's smartly dumb and very well written with pretty much everything outside of some like end of level breakdowns completely voiced, and it's really well voiced. So you're essentially making the choice of who you're going to let into the kingdom, who you're going to reject, and eventually if you're just going to imprison them. Because one example for why you'd imprison someone is a werewolf showed up. He's like, God, before you just got to throw me in prison right away. I can tell I'm going to turn. And so if you don't throw him in jail, you can throw him in jail right away. You get 4 stars for that one. Like, so you get graded on each interaction on did you take too long to figure it out? But there's also a time rewinding mechanic. So 5 times a level, you can rewind back and try and figure it out. So it's not as frustrating as Papers, Please.
Yeah, because Papers, Please, like there was this horrible haunting when you made a mistake and then, they've bombed something and you're like, what have I done?
Yeah.
it was really dark.
You can jump into specific levels and stuff. It's like, it's funny, of the things that released this week, this is like an 85 on Open Critic now, I think. I gave it an 8.2. Yeah, it's fantastic, and like no one's going to say, I never heard of that, or I didn't even know it come out, and it's going to be one of those. I think it's only $20, and it is highly replayable, because if you want to try different options, you go completely different paths, and things change quite a bit. Really,
We've
really
got to give
good.
a shout out to the developer as well, because they actually commented on the review and was like, "Oh, thank you so much for reviewing it," because it's a big time of year. Everyone's talking about Palworld. And
Yeah,
then you were
I
like,
wasn't
I'll
going
make
to do a video
review.
for it. Yeah, so but I had already written it, and so throwing the video review together was like half an hour because I just showed a bunch of the game early on, so it's not spoilery or anything. I'll put the review in chat because it did horrible. So, but we expected it to.
Go watch
because it
this
went
video.
Up late. It didn't get a notification. There you go. Oh, 10 seconds. Skipped ads. Got it. All right.
Boom.
Yeah. So Lil Guardsman, excellent. Go Mecha Ball. Really fun. I played quite a bit of it on the Legion Go during review. Really good for that. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We got a review up. I think it's a 9.0. That game is excellent. It's the least Nick game ever made because you will watch as much as you play, if not more. And there's another thing I'm playing right now that I'm reviewing that I can't talk about. That is also if Nick just skips all the cutscenes in this one, he's going to have no idea what to do, and your choices really matter. So you want to know what to do. Also, it's really it's good quality. But anyways,
I'm now wondering what that is.
The last, you know what it is. You asked for a copy of it. The last thing.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah.
The last thing was, of course, and I'll only talk for a little bit because you guys already did, was Palworld, which we'll get into next in the news. So I did another stream.
I'm using this to segue. Let's segue.
Yeah. So I did another stream of Palworld, a game that is, as John is about to tell you, fucking huge. John, what about Palworld? In the news.
It is. We were doing the news. Palworld has taken the universe by storm. And all sorts of people are like, it's hilarious. There's all sorts of different ways we can approach it. So let's talk about Palworld itself first. Palworld, this very low budget for what it is.
Yeah, but how big's the team? How big is Pocket Pair?
God,
the budget on this game was $7 million US.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Jesus
pretty small.
Christ.
I mean, that's still a lot of money, but it's small comparatively to most AAA. But look at this. It hit 2 million concurrents on Steam, which I think replaced CSGO.
It hit 2.1 today, a new record. Yeah, it's above CSGO's record. Only PUBG at 3.2 is higher.
Wow, it's sold 8 million copies alone on Steam, so that doesn't include anyone playing on PC Game Pass, etc.
It's probably hit 9 by now, hasn't it?
Probably.
They haven't said. Been a few days. They haven't said anything.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts, and it's also been in the news for other reasons, which we're going to get into. But they've given a roadmap. It was bigger than Fortnite on the 22nd of January in the US. So it was getting more players, I think, on Xbox and on Game Pass than Fortnite was as a free-to-play game in the US. The shooting mechanic inside of Palworld was done by a self-taught hobbyist that is part of the team. Who used to work
he met in a he met him and he was working at a convenience store when he met him, because there's not that many gun nuts in Japan.
Funny that. It's an insanely ambitious thing to have pulled off, and you've got to give credit to the team for seizing upon everybody's desire to have a more broadly available, graphically more interesting Pokemon-like game that also seizes upon the zeitgeist of everybody loving survival game mechanics.
It's not Pokemon-like at all. It is Pokemon.
No,
featuring.
it's not really.
Yeah, it features Pokemon-like creatures, which also
mashes a bunch of mechanics.
People
it's more like Ark than anything else.
Yeah, people look at it and are like, "Oh, they're just ripping off Pokemon. How dare they?" And it's like, well, Pokemon took pretty liberally at first from Dragon Quest and various anime and manga of that time period. Like, they didn't make the Cheshire Cat face. Like, it's just that's how most things are.
Pokemon are based on just real animals.
Yeah.
Like,
how many ways can you draw a cute anime penguin? I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like, I just.
That's the other controversy, though, right? So that is the big, like, they're ripping off my precious Pokemon. So you've got these legions of Nintendo and Pokemon fans that are just screaming like, Nintendo, go sue them, to the point where I believe, I can't remember if it was Nintendo or Game Freak,
The
made
Pokemon company.
we're aware of all of this. We're looking at
But
it,
it's also
no comment.
people were like, "Oh,
You know
they're
what
going to
we
be
should
going
have
after
done
them
before
now."
we started
and-
this discussion?
Hmm?
You know what we should have done before we started this discussion? The super chats.
Yes, we
There-
can do
at
the
least
super
one.
chats now if you want to talk about them right now. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not, I don't think they're super chats that will lead to a topic.
Okay.
Georgie with the super chat. Phil was so
Snake
snake.
emoji.
That's a snake. Okay, Phil was so snake this week. Also, Xbox going third party, melty face.
I mean, that would,
We'll
that
see,
would be
Georgie,
part of
we'll see.
that. Would definitely be part of it. The end of the news.
Yeah, maybe. Mohammed Sharez. Hi, John, Jesse, and the handsome Nick Baker says, thanks for the 4-hour shows. New week, new ways to target the Xbox brand on Twitter. Thanks, Mohammed.
Wow, I'm glad people are
As
enjoying
always.
the 4-hour shows. Thank you to you both.
Yes.
I mean, like the controversy of Palworld potentially homaging many Pokemons. Like I've seen the video of the dev taking the 3D models of Pokemon and admittedly increasing their size to be an exact match to the Palworld
And it still
models,
wasn't an exact version. Like saying he even said the exact's not the right word, but I just really don't like that this game is glorifying animal abuse. Was the message he put out? And it's like
sure.
They don't actually match in the vertices. They're not the same models. It is very obviously, look at this. Let's change it enough to make it legally distinct. And then people throw out the word plagiarism because they don't know what that actually means in this case.
Yeah.
Like they can look really similar. They are legally distinct enough.
Yeah. It's a non. I don't get it. I don't get why. If anything, I would be pleased as a Game Freak / Pokemon fan if I were one. Like maybe this will make that developer
what
go,
I said.
maybe we
That's
should
what I
really
said.
up our game here.
Yeah,
people."
that's exactly what I said. I said, look, Palworld's not for me, but hey, if its success can actually make Nintendo and the Pokemon Company give a flying fuck going forward, that's probably a good thing for everyone. Like, I won't play Palworld, but I'll play a really good version of Pokemon. Like, it's no secret that the Pokemon games on Switch are a little bit garbo on the whole. And that's because they don't have any competition.
Yeah, their technical
That's
chops are
be-
bad. People
I
have
mean, I
like the
played Shield
gameplay.
and beat it.
Yeah, like people have like the actual gameplay can still be fun, but like Arceus, which should have been better, was just a technical nightmare.
No, you're thinking of Scarlet and Violet, which were like disasters.
I thought Arceus was too.
I think Arceus was actually one of the okay ones. Like,
Well, no, people really
Shield
like the
was
game,
fine.
but the technical side of it, because you can see like Breath of the Wild and stuff. Like games can look okay on there, and their games haven't even looked okay.
I don't know. I feel like it's been a week of disingenuity in social media talk around Palworld, among other things. The weird hate boner and all the sleuths are coming out, and then
The
there was
sleuthing is funny to me.
then there was that idiot that faked the 3D model thing. And then when he got caught out, he's like, oh, I wasn't trying to. I was just sort of, doing or whatever. Because I'm watching it, and I remember thinking to myself, when I saw this dude comparing the models in Pokemon to the models in Palworld, and thinking to myself, how'd you get those Pokemon models? Wouldn't you have had to have pirated the game on your PC to be able to get those models and extract them out of the game? Or am I misunderstanding that? I'm just saying,
no idea.
that was my first thought. I don't know enough about that world, but I'm like, if you're doing that in Blender, if they're supposedly the Pokemon models, how did you get them? You would have had to have pirated the game to extract the models out. So you're kind of openly showing everyone you pirated Pokemon, but because everyone's so against Palworld, they're ignoring that and being like, yeah, look at the models, they're so the same. And it turns out he was faking it. This is just this small team, and everyone's just gone after them because this game has been a huge success. And part of it, a lot of these Nintendo fans haven't really showered themselves in glory this week. They were snitching so much that the Pokemon Company had to say something.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
like,
even
okay,
then,
guys,
like,
we hear you. Like,
it was
okay.
much more. I still think that was way more about the guy who tried to hide the mod that used their assets from Pokemon behind a friggin' paywall. And it's like the moment you try and get paid using Nintendo's IP, that is when they go after you. They haven't gone after Palworld because they're not using Nintendo's IP.
No,
But that modder is.
they're not
so.
using Nintendo's IP. Like, I don't understand why again, I don't know how much of this is Nintendo fans. I don't know how much of this is PlayStation fans that are a bit salty that the biggest hit of 2024 is an Xbox console exclusive, which in a lot of cases are the same fanboys that were bigging up Baldur's Gate 3 late last year when that was a PlayStation console exclusive that they also weren't really buying much. So I don't know, maybe it comes from all those corners.
You want a funny piece of trivia? There's a game, Baldur's Gate 3. Guess its Metacritic for Xbox right now with 9 reviews.
70.
99.
Fuck off.
Bullshit.
99 on Xbox.
Not bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yes, no.
It was
people
so
are,
broken. It was
Doesn't matter.
broken for
Not
like
working?
3-4
yeah, but
weeks.
everyone has reviewed that game every time without getting through Act 2 and 3. Pretty much. The majority of them. So, par for the course.
Oh my god. So it's the highest rated game in history.
It's very funny because our review
99.
Rare was working on a review for us. We didn't put it out because the game was so broken that he just was too infuriated to keep playing it. It would have been like a 6. He loves the game.
wow.
He would give it a 10 on PC.
Xbox.
But it was completely broken on there, yet it's still a friggin' 99 on Metacritic. I'm like, just because it reviewed really well elsewhere, you can still take your time, make sure the port's good, and then do the review. We've already missed the initial rush twice. So just take your time and make sure it's okay. Don't just rubber stamp it because other people liked it.
It all just feels so hollow and fake to me. Like, they're going after Pokemon. And this is why I wonder how much of this is coming from the PlayStation segment, because where were all these sleuths and where was all this outrage when Temtem came out, which is an actual Pokemon clone? Where was all this? But that was a PlayStation exclusive, so that's all good.
Also, I don't think
PlayStation, the
it
best.
took off in such a unique and
But why does it have to
viral
take
way.
off before you hate it?
But
Why does a game?
Because I need
have
to be a
take off?
contrarian, Nick. I need to hate what everyone likes.
Like if everyone's really honest, and if everyone's all about protecting devs and protecting integrity and protecting copyright, where was all this for Temtem?
It's only about protecting devs who speak your language, and whenever this stuff happens to Japanese devs, especially, the protect devs goes right out the window. No one wanted to protect Capcom because they don't have a bunch of buddies at Capcom. So,
yeah,
it's
a bit like that.
It just feels. It feels odd here. Like it feels very odd.
Leeching, like Digital Foundry put out a video today that I think is useless. They put out a video, and I have quite liked their videos lately. I think they've been pretty darn good overall. I enjoy their podcast, but today's video on this game that they put out, I found completely useless and a waste of my time. But it's super popular. So no matter whether you actually have thoughts about it or you just want to latch on to its success, like you're going to start talking about and showing off this game. It's like people like IGN gave it a scored review, an 8 on PC and a 7 on Xbox because Xbox was behind. Xbox is no longer behind because it's gotten patched 4 times or something in this week. So your review, that's why I just did impressions. What I think of this right now, not a scored review, but people know that
never
a
understood
scored
the point of scoring an early access title.
And they haven't always in the past either. Like I think they
too.
scored Hades, but they didn't score Baldur's Gate 3 when it first did early access. But that's because it had a roadmap saying it's only Act 1, not the whole thing. But also Hades wasn't the whole thing for a long time. But it's like
Did they score Grounded in early access?
I don't remember.
I think they did.
But what they also made it very clear that they were early access, and the initial Palworld headline was just Palworld review, and then the subheader said early access, and then they added it to the main one. But
you got to remember though, this game is SEOing like crazy, right?
Yeah.
So every website out there will be trying to get Pokemon content out, regardless of what that is. So And the reason I bring this up is the now semi-infamous Eurogamer article.
Oh God,
And-
yeah.
Oh my god! And I read it because I saw Andy from VGC. He agreed with the article, and he was sort of having a go at the people replying to it because the author got a lot of abuse, and that I never agree with. Like, you shouldn't. You can disagree with people. There's nothing wrong with
Attack the
disagreeing
opinion,
with people. Yeah,
not
like
the person.
Unless it's
well,
Nick,
don't even
then
attack
the
it.
person.
Don't even attack it. Just
You
just-
can
disagree.
attack. I mean, disagree. Put a counter argument up. You know, like
You can totally disagree with someone's opinion. No, there's no rule that says you all like echo chambers are fucking shit, right? You can disagree with someone's opinion, and it's nice. I like having back and forths with people that talk with you rationally and explain their point of view. And sometimes you learn something. Sometimes you can be swayed. Doesn't happen often, especially with me, but you can be swayed. But I read this Eurogamer article, and the entire article, I read it all, and I'm like, this is just the old man yells at cloud, stop having fun memes, but in an article. That's all this article was. This guy was basically saying, this game is shit, and I don't understand why it's successful, and I don't like that it's successful. That was the crux of the article, and I'm just like, so what's the point? Like, I don't think anyone out there thinks this is a super high quality game. Like,
yeah.
I haven't heard, like, everyone knows that they've ripped off Pokemon. No, like, this game hasn't been hiding. It hasn't been hiding. The first trailer is like 2 years old, isn't it? Year and a half, year old. Like, this game has not been hiding in the shadows. It's been there the whole time.
And I would say for the very first week of early access, this is way more polished, more fun, and more content rich than 95% of early access things I've played. Like, it actually is really well done.
I think the
fine.
line in the Eurogamer review that was like, I was like, wait, what? Was this one where the writer says you will instead feel like you're playing a product designed to be sold rather than to be played.
That's not
You
a
will
review. That's
feel
just
like
a random
mark.
article. That's the article I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you'll be right. Feel like a mark. Bro, this
Why
is
would
like
you feel
30,
like a mark?
30 quid, no microtransactions. There are plenty of games out there where I will feel like a mark.
A mark.
But this ain't
Fortnite.
one of them.
Hello. I feel like a mark in Fortnite, and I love Fortnite. Like, I feel like a mark. They just give me all these characters that I love, and I'm like, all right, here's my $30 for a skin.
Yeah.
This game is $30 just to buy the game. And then that's it. There's no microtransactions after that. Like, it's just really disingenuous. And I just wonder, like, again, this is why I think there's some agendas going on here, because this game has not been hiding. Neither have the CEO's tweets where he talks about AI and how it can be used for this and that and the other. Like, all this stuff has been public for the longest time. Why are you all going after it now? Like, when we all first saw that trailer, we were all the same. We all had the same reaction. Pokemon with guns. Look, no one thinks that this game... No one believes that this game's not ripping off Pokemon. No one believes that. Like... We all know it is. So what? Video games have been doing that forever. Like, why? It's not something new now. The entire fighting game genre was basically built on plagiarism. Like, and that's why I just think, I don't believe any of you. I believe none of you. Like, I don't even care about this game, and I believe none of what any of you are saying about this game and how much you hate it and why you're coming after it. I don't believe a single one. This is all of it's just agenda driven. It's either protecting Nintendo because apparently Nintendo needs protecting. It's being salty. It's not on PlayStation. It'll come to PlayStation eventually. It'll come. It's okay. It'll come eventually. Just like Baldur's Gate came eventually to Xbox.
Yeah.
It'll come. There's no need to be upset.
There is no need to be upset.
But there isn't. Like,
no, you're right. You're right.
I just...
People love their drama for some bizarre reason.
Australia is known as like the tall poppy syndrome country. I didn't like. Is that a thing just everywhere? I just thought like Australia's like hardcore with tall poppy syndrome. Like, if someone has success,
I've not heard the phrase tall poppy syndrome, but do you mean in terms of taking down someone
Yeah.
that's
Something
riding
grows
high.
real tall, you got to chop it down. You got to chop it
I
down.
think
It's-
that's
That's
human
universal.
nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Australia's like, we are like famous for it. But it's nuts. What is the way they're going after this tiny team just for making a fun jank game? Like,
Like,
what?
considering
what
the
a-
amount they've sold, I'm sure that tiny team's feeling pretty good about themselves.
Well, now they can afford to staff up and really
Flesh out their
deliver
legal
on that
team
roadmap.
to defend against all these lawsuits that are incoming from Nintendo.
Oh my
What?
god! I don't think Nintendo's going to come for them.
No, I
There's
don't.
nothing. There is no.
Nintendo's
There is
smart
no. It is very difficult to prove. You have to prove that your IP was used, that your stuff was used, and that's
Yeah,
that'll be very
Yeah,
tough.
good luck with that. Good luck with that.
they're not going to get it. Like they could basically take Pikachu, put a red clown afro wig on Pikachu, and get away with it. Pretty much. Like you don't have to. Like you
It
don't
has
have
to be
to
about.
change it.
I
a
think
lot.
the legal distinction is about 20%
25%?
difference. Yeah,
Yeah,
20,
yeah.
25.
Yeah.
I've heard the
Like-
same.
Like
But there
they're
you
not.
go.
They're not going to do anything. They're not going to come for them. Like like I said, you should be celebrating this as Pokemon fans. You should be celebrating this in the hopes that it makes Nintendo, Game Freak, and Pokemon Company give a shit and up the like. Hopefully, the Switch 2 has the guts and the grunt to deliver that really good home console Pokemon experience many of us have wanted for like 20, 25 years. Because Shield was okay, but it's not what I always had in my head growing up, what I wanted in a home console Pokemon game. It was fine. Hopefully Palworld inspires them and they go, shit, let's up our game. Like, look how nice this game looks, very PBR and Unreal Engine 5e. Like, let's really up our game with Pokemon. That's what you should be hoping for.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's Palworld. Thrilling stuff. Before we get into more news of the week, I do have to check, Nick, because you seem fired up today. You seem energized. Have you been taking anything? Are you okay?
Yeah, well, I started the podcast very tired, and then luckily, I remembered that I'd made myself some control, and just perked right up as a result. So if you also are feeling a bit tired as an Aussie this morning, because for most of you it's not in the morning, it's like late in the afternoon or at night, make sure www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra. Use that code, get 10% off. If you want to taste the most amazing
Taste the rainbow.
meal
Oh
replacement
no, Skittles are
drink
going to
ever.
sue us. Yeah.
Comes
there
with a
you go.
free copy of Pokemon.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but still.
Oh. Palworld. It comes with a.
Palworld comes with a code for Palworld. It doesn't. I'm joking. It doesn't.
Is that $1 copy
So please-
of or $1 code for Game Pass?
Yeah, so
man.
please
I gotta
please
keep
don't
up.
buy Control and think it's going to come with Palworld. It's not.
You've already been slothed. Sorry.
That's some funny stuff. That is some funny stuff. Oh, deep breath. Right. What else is in the news? God. Yes, we will talk about the big thing, but let's talk about more Nintendo stuff. Seems we're kind of loosely around their realm.
Okay.
All Wii U and 3DS online functionality is shutting down on
Oh,
April the
yeah.
8th of this year. End of an era, man. You know?
Sort of. For the 3DS, it is. For the Wii U.
Yeah, for the Wii U.
They'll say
For the Wii U, less so.
for the foreseeable future, you'll be able to still download things you bought.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
as
it.
So
you
it's
should.
online functionality, so like multiplayer or
And
Look,
I think
how
the-
many
or-
people?
Are
How
the
many-
stores going completely? Because that's also online functionality.
I think so.
Yes,
I think they
that
are.
is in Nintendo. So that's why it's super shitty. Because they're just
yeah.
gone. Unless you hack
All
them, then they're
hail
there
your
forever.
digital future.
Don't get me
No.
wrong. I love my Wii U, but I never played it online. Not once.
And it's
Not a
also
single time did I play it.
incredibly easy to emulate. So
Yes.
what are you gonna do?
I feel like the way Nintendo just kind of ditches these old consoles, they're sort of asking for people to just break them open and Use them as emulation machines.
Yeah, probably.
That's what everyone does with their
exactly
Wii's.
what's
their
going to happen.
Wii's. Their Wii's and their Wii U's. Most people just plug a hard drive into them, break them open, and run all their shit off them. It's for that reason. It's just the irony that piracy will be what preserves games going forward.
It always will be.
It's true. That's true.
Especially when it comes to.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just stating a fact. Like with most of these old consoles, piracy is how they actually get preserved.
Yeah,
It is what it is. Don't blame me.
we won't blame you, Nick. Don't worry.
I blame you for a lot of other stuff.
Just a heads up, bit of housekeeping in the chat. We love you guys. It's 4 episodes until episode 200. We have lots of exciting things planned. Get hype. But hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Nick would really appreciate it too. And Jesse he's kind of indifferent, but I think secretly he'd also be quite grateful if you just gave us
I'm
a
always
thumbs
grateful for everything. Unlike John, I don't hate our subscribers.
up. Yeah, don't forget, I hate you. Let's talk about Sony. Sony is next on my list of news things. As an Xbox podcast, we obviously have to focus on Sony.
We're a video game podcast, really, with a focus on Xbox.
Yeah, I know. That's true. With a
Yeah.
slant. A slant. Let's have a look. During an investor interview, Sony CEO Kenichiro Yoshida revealed PlayStation's strategy. And here's the quote: "Wherever there is computing, users will be able to play their favorite games seamlessly." Talked a lot about
Computing
Windows,
on Xbox.
PC, cloud platforms, mobile devices. I don't think there's anything new here, but lots of people seized on it and made
Well,
the
we
joke
saw
that
it in the
Sony's also going
Insomniac.
third
Isn't
party.
it old? Isn't it
Yeah.
old though? Isn't that interview from November last year or something? Isn't it actually?
And
a
it
little
keeps
bit
coming
old?
back out. But there was an interview. This is also another one. I think this might be newer, but like it is also. It's funny. We have a community question from Mort about. Oh, by the way, they've got a freaking cloud service that lets you play your own games. I actually went through the list, and the list is really short on your own games you can play.
Oh,
But yeah, but like it's funny that they talk about the cloud and they released the cloud back in freaking October, and I cannot find anyone talking about it since then. I can't find any like I was trying to, oh, what's the list now? How's it run now? Nothing. No one's covering it. So it's always funny when I see them talking about the cloud. It's like, well, they have it now, and I don't hear anything about it. I can't find anything on it.
Yeah.
It's like it's really weird because it'll have The Last of Us Part 1. But that's it. That's the only The Last of Us you can play on their cloud service. You can't play. You can't play The Last of Us Remastered. You can't play The Last of Us Part 2. You can't play The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, as far as I know, because who knows what the list is now.
we've had a correction or a little piece of additional information from legendary insider
No, that's not him. That's not
Tom
him.
Henderson.
That's not him. That's a fake one. That's a
It might
fake
well
Tom
be,
Henderson.
but he is correct that Insider Gaming actually spotted the interview. The interview was from November, but it was it was not picked up until Insider Gaming grabbed it and did some breakdown.
Because
on it.
everyone was still in full ABK has closed mode. That the talk was still ABK back then. So no one grabbed
He's
it.
calling
And
you
of
out,
course
Nick.
it
He
was.
says it is him, his second account.
It's my second Moto account, Nick. What does that even mean? Moto.
I have no idea, but let's just.
He's a big
I
Motorola
assume
fan.
it is Tom.
Nope.
I mean,
so
who
there we
are
go.
they?
Now he's on the real account. And the other reason I didn't think that was you, Tom, is because that comment. Listen, read this comment. It was 2 months old, but a website, Insider Gaming, picked it up and covered it. I'm like, why is he phrasing it like that if it's him?
He's speaking about himself in third person. That's how
his
huge he is
website.
now. That's how huge Tom Henderson is. He's a big deal.
Deep fake Tom.
Why Moto? As in, like Motorola? Hello, Moto. Like Moto?
Motorbike.
Hello, Moto.
Motorbike.
Maybe.
No, it's what he said. Motorbike.
But yes. And you got to remember, it wasn't covered because then, the jiggle of the ice cubes. And of course, it's not going to get covered because we wouldn't want to misconstrue Sony's words to mean that they're going third party.
No, I
God
think
forbid anyone do that.
there's the joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, surely,
But-
surely not. But like that. But to me, that is a non-story, at least from our perspective. We've all known Sony will follow that path just far slower than like.
I was going to say, I think if anything, this week has kind of look. Hey, it's not just unsustainable for Microsoft or for Sony or in general. AAA gaming is this gargantuan behemoth that is not making enough money in reality.
It is making enough. It's not making more. It's not growing.
For the shareholders.
It's not growing. The numbers aren't going.
1% growth isn't 10. Yeah.
Nintendo have got it right? Would you rather live in a world? I know I would, and I'm just speaking for myself here, but I'd rather live in a world where I had games of similar scope and scale and ambition of the 360 gen that tried different things than oh no, we need to animate everything and we need to spend 6 years
with a AAA sheen. The 360 games with a AAA sheen.
I'll be a happy man. Yep. Be a happy man.
That's kind of what Hellblade is.
Just ordinary man.
Hellblade 2 has taken a while, but it's scoped smaller. It's not trying to be this giant behemoth with an enormous team that costs way more. Because, they built up a studio and all that, but I don't think their team grew dramatically. I don't think there's 2,500 people making this game across 15 companies. It took a while. It's one team, but it's the costs. The cost probably are nowhere near what people are going to think when they see how nice it looks because they took their time. Like you can do both.
Yeah. I'll take 10 Prince of Persia Lost Crowns over an Assassin's Creed whatever. I'll take 10 of them any day.
Yeah, I don't know.
Blame Valhalla's success. It is the biggest game in Ubisoft's history and caused them to shift everything to Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, but that's the mistake, right? You can do that once, you start repeating it and chasing it, and I don't know. There's a lot to cover. I think there's actually a quote from Phil Spencer on it that I think is really pertinent when he talks about how
the snake
publishers have kind of lost their identity of themselves and have to kind of repivot, which is kind of the thing that we're seeing Sega do with their, hey, look at all this IP you remember. Boom. Remember? Man. We're going to make these small games that are just neat things that you can enjoy. Yes. That's all I need. That's all I need in gaming.
And this isn't us. This isn't John and I, because Jesse's fucking into that stuff. But this isn't John and I saying the Assassin's Creed Valhallas shouldn't exist.
I spent 80 hours on Valhalla, and I got about 30% in. And I'm like, okay, this is stupid.
We're not saying this stuff shouldn't exist. Not at all. Like, all types of games should exist. More for everyone. Like, more variety to cover more people and more gaming interests. My issue is more those big AAA things are very, very, very expensive, and more often than not, don't make their money back or don't make enough back to justify or whatever. So when all the focus is there and the industry starts chasing that, it leads us down the path we're on now, which is towards a crash. Because everyone feels they've got to be that same AAA stuff. And it doesn't help when the Keeleys and all the big websites, that's where all their focus is. And that's where all the awards go. And that doesn't help. It just enables that behavior.
Yeah. It's not even a crash. The crash is Embracer, making it look even worse than it is. Because I think a lot of it would just be kind of coming back down to earth and having to rescope, and yes, people would get fired, but not to the levels we're seeing because of Embracer with like studio closures just outright because they messed up so bad. It would be more at the, we pushed way too hard, we've got to reevaluate and change things. It's pretty bad, but thankfully it's not a complete disaster, and then Embracer's there to make everything a complete disaster. And
the COVID side of hiring the universe because everything was up because everyone was stuck in, and then oh shit, that's not the case anymore. Fuck, like now we have to. Yeah, it is. There's a million and one things that go into these kind of decisions, but I when people talk about the crash, I largely think that there is a crash coming, but it's
Mhm.
actually just around those big gargantuan
Yeah, the AAA
AAA
crash.
bets.
It's the
That's
AAA
the
crash,
only
yeah.
thing that will crash. I think the indies of the world, these amazing AA experiments and unique things that come out of nowhere. Like one of the things I love about games like Palworld is I say it, there's always one every fucking gen, right? Fortnite,
Mm.
PUBG, Palworld. You know, they're just like this team out of nowhere captures the zeitgeist. It's the biggest game in the world. Boom.
Hell, Ark.
Yeah.
Mm.
What was Ark? It just came out of nowhere.
It did
To
and
a
it
lesser
It
extent.
did very well, but not as
No,
well
it
as
is.
this.
It is.
It's
It was-
huge.
do not discount just how much money they have made releasing and re-releasing Ark. They're very good at it.
They got to hire Vin Diesel, man. He ain't cheap, is he?
He's family.
But that is my point. Is there, and you've got to think about it from these big publisher point of view. They're oh, let's be careful. You know, let's spend all of this money on these huge games, and then these guys did it for 7 million. Shit.
And what they made wasn't even technically high quality.
Yeah, or
Technically.
particularly original. It's just right place, right time. Anyways, that's not the only other Sony news. They've called off their merger with India media company
Did
Z
they call it off, or
Entertainment.
did
Yes.
Z call it off?
They called
or-
it. Z said that they're going to
Sony's
sue.
Indian arm.
Yeah. So Z said they're going to sue for the breakup fee.
Yeah, 10 billion merger. They called it off.
What's the breakup fee?
That's an
Like 90
interesting
million?
question. I'm just scanning.
I think it was around
90
100
million, 70.8 million.
Look at that
pounds,
memory.
so
I haven't
90
looked at that all
million
week.
Sony will pay that.
Yeah.
Well, and it
They'll
is very
pay that.
funny.
It's
People,
90 million.
it was this karma. Sony trying to go through a big merger right after trying to fight Microsoft's merger off, and then theirs gets stopped
But who
by
are
regulators.
Z? What are Z?
They're
What
just
are they?
an Indian media TV company, so like loads of channels and stuff. It's like why merge with them? I don't know. It's nothing
that's
really to do with PlayStation. It's really
No, it's got
nothing
nothing to do with
video
PlayStation.
games.
But it
Sony.
is it is another Sony thing in PlayStation being one of the key areas to carry that freaking corporation. A lot of pressure.
The biggest, most interesting piece of news that is PlayStation related out of Sony is the Quest outsold PlayStation VR 2 on Amazon 30-1.
I mean, that's not a surprise. Why would that be
It's-
a surprise?
It's not a surprise, but for a company, yeah, and I think arguably Sony have a lot to answer for here in that they haven't actually supported it all that well after the initial flurry of, hey, look at these titles. It's just kind of released for a rather large amount of money, and it's just not really gone anywhere.
Yeah,
But
they've
what are
done
people
okay.
expecting?
They've done okay at getting third party stuff, but again, they can't get their own PlayStation 5 first party games out right now. So they got Horizon. That's about it. They had Supermassive do one rail shooter that really made people sick. I tried it and I wanted to die. And I have a very iron stomach in VR, and there was something off about that game that just made me want to feel like I was falling through the planet and heading into a void, and my brain was going to turn to mush. They've done a good job of getting stuff you can also just get on the Quest or PC. They haven't done a good job of selling, why do I need this very well made, though the rubber piece that comes with it is horrible. You sweat so goddamn much in it. But the screen's great. The tracking works pretty well. It's very expensive, but so is the Quest 3 now. But the Quest 3 is also standalone, so you don't have to spend $1,000 if you haven't
It is
already bought a
platform of its own
PlayStation.
accord.
Yeah,
Mm.
and it can connect to your PC, which they won't allow the PSVR 2 to do. So, yeah, it's just it always felt more like a Sony product than a PlayStation product, because PlayStation get gaming, they understand their audience, and this doesn't feel like a piece for the PS5 audience, which trends more casual. And VR is just not really casual yet.
Yeah.
Don't think it ever will be.
No.
Well, the Quest
I
is
would-
pretty close.
It's the
Quest is the
closest.
closest.
Yeah.
But
I would
the Quest
say
2 and 3 have sold 40 million something. There's a lot of them out
if
there.
I was Sony, I think the bigger thing, and again, it's this chasing this bigger, better, best trend across gaming for some of the larger publishers. they must have sunk an insane amount of R&D
Oh yeah.
into the PlayStation VR
yeah.
2. It released at a high-end price, right? As
Very.
an add-on for you also need a PlayStation 5 to play this. And look, VR is niche. Like I've recently got given a Quest 3 from Meta, and it's really fucking cool. We've been playing it all evening tonight, actually, me and my partner's son. But it's not for everyone. Not many people, funnily enough, like to slap a giant thing over their face to have fun with friends. It's just it's difficult. So it doesn't surprise me seeing these figures, but I think probably for Sony, they're like,
a big thing for the Quest was making casting better, so you could cast to your TV or a Chromecast or something, so people could see what you're doing. And thankfully, it's 60 FPS now. It's actually nice and smooth. It's the only time my wife was watching me play a bunch of Asgard's Wrath when I was reviewing it. Like, she was like, "Oh shit, that looks cool." Like, it's nice that they have that, but even then, it's still not the same. I'm going to buy a bunch of different face guards if I'm ever going to let somebody else use that. I don't want their face sweat mixed with mine. It's gross feeling.
Yeah, it is gross putting on a cold, sweaty headset from someone else's wetness.
We have a VR super chat.
Moist.
Yes, we do. Mohammed Sherez with another super chat. VR can be casual if form factor is small enough.
Yeah. Like the there's one that's literally just a pair of goggles. It's just a pair of goggles. That's it. But it has to connect to your computer. So.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like, I've seen cool uses of AR, like, and I saw a lot of the stuff HoloLens
You'll see a lot,
and a lot of it looked cool.
Once you get your Vision Pro, when you spend your 4,500 Australian, I'm sure you'll love it.
Right. Yeah, right.
Did you see the initial their first headband only went on the back? And people are like, this is really fucking heavy. This hurts to use.
Heavy.
Even
Everyone
though
said it's heavy.
It's not heavier than like an Index or a Quest, but they didn't have a strap on the head, so then they panicked, said, okay, we're just throwing a strap that you can change out and it goes over your head now. People are like, okay, it's actually a lot better now. It's like even Apple, when they've had years of this, like, did no one internally say this hurts? But somebody's just like, no, it looks cool. It's just because it looks cooler. It does look cooler to not have a strap.
They had a gun to their back. Tim Cook was behind them with a gun to their back saying, hey, you like the Vision Pro? And they're like,
allegedly.
Yeah. Like, it's great. It's great.
Yeah,
it's
I
great.
think, like, in terms of VR, the AR stuff is more compelling because when you wear the Quest 3, but you can still see and you can talk and converse, even though you've got something over your face, it doesn't feel as isolating.
There's Forever Bowling, where you can set a lane in real life and you can set a jukebox behind you. And like, I'm just saying, I'm bowling and my wife's right next to me and we can talk and I can watch TV. And it's like, the cameras are so good that I just put something on TV. I'm bowling. I got music playing behind me and it's really...
Is the name of that game a double entendre?
It's Forever VR. Yeah, it's Forever VR. They've got a bunch of them. They do pool, bowling, cornhole, the American sport of literally tossing a beanbag through slats. I reviewed a cornhole game. We also have another super chat.
Let's go. We do. Labara. Sony saw Pornhub numbers on PS and greenlit PSVR 2. Oh yeah. That is
internet browsing.
That's the killer app of VR.
Even though they have no browser.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mate,
I still don't get how they got those. How did they get those numbers? They don't have a web browser that you can access.
That's what I don't understand. That is, I question that every time they come out with those numbers now. I question it because they don't have a web browser on PS5.
Cheeseworks, I would love to review the Apple Vision Pro. If you can get them to send me one, go for it. I'll cover it.
Yeah, so Brit says they have hackarounds to get into a browser. How many people with a PS5 know these hacks?
There's a lot of horny people
to
out
register
there.
Numbers, to register the numbers high enough to also then make them number one.
Wait. I've just discovered some SEO green content that we need to post on XboxEra immediately. How to get around your browser on PlayStation. Tons of hits from people searching that.
Like, Xbox literally has Edge. It literally has an Edge browser.
And it's like a good version of it now, I think.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good browser.
I like Edge a lot.
Private Windows and everything.
You love edging while you're browsing.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh,
Speaking
boy.
of Xbox, touch controls are now universal. in the
Finally.
Xbox mobile
Mhm.
app.
I was like, I saw this and I
Oh
went,
my God.
yes.
Yes, finally. God, that was annoying.
Do you know what's
the best thing? What?
Do you know what's not good about the cloud gaming stuff?
What?
My little boy's got a phone now, and he was like, "Dad, I don't want to have to keep taking the Xbox to mum's. Like, back it up, take it, like leave it in the
Lazy.
office at school. You know, get picked up, collect it, all of that jazz, right? Can I just play on my phone?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I could give you
You
my Razer Kishi. Cool. But he goes to do it. Sorry, you're not a Game Pass subscriber. You don't have cloud because he's on my home
I hate
X.
that.
And I'm like, I ain't paying
I know.
Microsoft. I am
I
not
hate that.
paying another £10 a month just to give him cloud gaming. Hurry up with the family plan, please. Because
You can blame third-party
I have a
publishers wanting
family.
more of a cut for no family plan, as Phil said. Which makes sense.
Sorry.
He could remote play.
Does
He
it?
could, if you have good upload,
Like-
he could remote play to you.
I'll have a go at setting out. I do have good upload, but I
Do
don't know
those
how
universal
reliable that
touch
is.
controls apply to remote play as well, though?
It's everything.
I wonder if
yeah,
they
just-
apply to remote play.
it should be everything. I have not tried
because
it.
that's one of the good things. That's one of the great things about PlayStation remote play. Those touch controls are just universal. They work across no matter what you're doing with remote play on PlayStation. So every now and again, I'll be lying in bed at night and I'll be browsing Twitter. This character just came out of Fortnite because it happens like late at night here
Of
sometimes.
course.
So I'll just jump on my. I'll
His
jump on
alarm
my.
goes off. There's a new Fortnite character out.
These
I'll
aren't the
jump
things
on
you
my
say out
PS
loud.
I'll jump on my remote play because I know that Xbox remote play doesn't have the touch controls to let me control my Xbox via remote play. So I jump on PlayStation and do it. And I'm like, yep, log into Fortnite, grab the character, and log back out again. That's money I could have given to Papa Phil. Instead, I gave it to Jimbo. All because he didn't have touch controls on remote play.
Jimbo's gone now, bro. You didn't give nothing
Not
to
gone
Jimbo,
yet.
yeah?
It's not
Is he
gone
not?
yet. It's money I could have given to Phil.
Oh.
Big picture.
Big
Big
picture
picture.
mode.
I know it seems like a down the list project. Xbox. Get it up the list because it just cost you microtransaction money from a whale. From a Fortnite whale. Big picture. This is what I mean about getting it versus not getting it. That's what I
Speaking
mean.
of getting it, ID at Xbox have brought a new segment to the Xbox store. ID at Xbox announced Indie Selects, which are built to highlight indie gems, which
Yes.
is kind of like the long-wanted return of Summer of Arcade.
Summer of Arcade. With
You
a
know, where
really
they
not
pick,
great
like,
name.
Yeah, Indie Selects.
a
It sounds like
Indie
Chicken
Selects.
Selects from McDonald's.
No. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like a person named Indy, and it's their selection of games.
Yeah.
Indy selects, Nick selects, John selects. Look, it sounds like the choices of this person named Indy. It's just not a great name. I understand,
Oddly enough,
like,
every
the
one of them
initiative-
features a museum.
Oh, really?
No, it's an indie joke.
Okay. Oh, is
making
it?
an Indiana
Oh, yeah,
Jones
that's right.
reference.
I keep forgetting that Indy's Indiana Jones. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, the initiative is great. The initiative of this is really, really good.
We have to see
I
their
just
first
think
game
the-
before we know.
The name is just less than great.
It's not your favorite. And yeah, so the first time they're doing this, it's just featured indies. Then the second time they do it, they're going to try and do things with a weekly theme. So there'll be like games to play with your cat, or games that need a laugh track, or games for evil
Yes.
villains.
Games
So
Nick hates.
it's nice. Yeah, it's nice that there's a team working on actually really curating this stuff. Like,
Curating.
I like that. But you know, there are so many games released all the time. Like, good lord, that like the idea Xbox launch list for this coming week was just
30
kept
something.
going. I was like, oh my
Yeah.
god, how many games?
Nick wants them all. He's not going to play a single one. He just wants to own them because he's a digital hoarder.
He is a digital hoarder.
I am.
He just wants them physically on a disc. He's a
Yes.
physical hoarder.
On a backup disc.
What else? What else? What else? You were talking about Fortnite.
Someone was saying in the chat. Now I don't know if we can verify this. Cheeseworks in the chat said, "Fun fact: they tested the name Zindies X Indies for the program."
No way.
Surely not.
Zindies.
That's even worse than Indie Selects.
Oh my god.
Zindies.
I
don't know what.
Indie Selects won.
I'm trying to think let's come up with a better name, and maybe if someone from Xbox is watching, they may go, "Shit, that is a better name," and they may change it while the program is early. What would be a better name? You can't say Summer of Arcade. I assume you can't say Summer of Indies. You can't say Summer of Indies because it's not just during summer.
Yeah, it's a year-long endeavor, right?
There's a Zindies Twitter account bringing you the latest news and reviews of Xbox indie titles.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's not an official account, though, is it?
No, I think it's just a fan one, but there is an account at Zindies. Zindies.com.
What could they call it?
Indies?
Come on, chat. Help us out. What's a name? Get involved, chat.
Maybe you should put a thread up in the forums, let people vote. Let's spitball ideas.
Yeah, Zindies.
What's a
There you
name?
go.
Nah,
He hasn't
Zindies
tweeted
is
in
silly.
13 years. I was about to click that website. I'm gonna hide that before I click it.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case we wind up web browsing.
I don't think this is loading.
No, this is very dangerous to go on Twitter.
Yeah, just in
In a
case it
live stream.
redirects to some web browsing.
It did
Without
not.
us realizing.
It is a
As
dead, it is a
Twitter
dead
does now.
site. It does not work anymore.
Okay. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, Zindies.
I don't know. I can't think of a name. I can't think of a name for it.
I can't
Indie
think of
Selects.
anything right now, so maybe that's the problem they had.
Maybe. It reminds me of Nintendo Selects. Yeah, there was Nintendo Selects.
It just reminded me of McDonald's. I was like, chicken, I'll have, 3 chicken selects.
If you heard
Yeah.
something, it's gonna be this. Whenever my cats try and get on top of my computer, it'll be that. And that's some nice compressed air
Get
to
off,
send
cat.
them away. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
good
I've
plan.
got one of those. Hold on.
I want an electronic one so I can use it in my computer without worrying about shorting everything.
Like that?
Yeah, I
An
want the-
electronic
yeah.
one like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've got one. Who from Opola? I don't know what that brand is. It's just I got it off
That's so
Amazon.
polar.
That's the brand.
It's cool.
Speaking of Fortnite,
Quite
Nick,
strong. Yeah.
Apple are finally allowing sideloading in the EU
In a
and
really
game streaming
roundabout
worldwide.
Really?
side loading
Gee, the
is only
ti-
side loading stores. It is not side loading apps, and those stores get gouged horribly. It is
Yeah,
what is the
ridiculous.
least we can do to comply after we did a ton of lobbying to weaken the law that's making us do this. So there's almost no reason to do it outside of the porn companies that can't get on there no matter what.
Hmm.
Like if you can just be on the normal one, like you could end up being charged like 60% of your yearly revenue with their side loading stores policy easily.
But I think you could add Fortnite back on Apple now, right?
And it would end up costing them like 60% of their revenue. It would be a far worse cut than they had because it's every download. It starts
as game
doing
streaming. Sorry, as game.
Oh,
streaming,
game streaming?
it can be streamed. Yeah, that's
Yes.
worldwide. So you can
Okay,
stream
yeah.
Fortnite now to Apple. So if you wanted
Yeah.
to do it, you
But
wouldn't
what
even
he
need to log
wanted-
into PlayStation.
Yeah, the main thing he wanted was to have their own store and have their own cut and not have Apple taking 30%. And instead, Apple would be taking like twice as much from them if they tried to do that with a native version.
There you go. So at
I wonder if
least
this opens the door for Xbox Cloud streaming online.
should do.
They have already,
Vision-
I think,
Vision
started
Pro.
putting up. I think they've already started like putting up beta signups or something. I saw something
that's
with them.
Yeah. Imagine that, eh? Xbox Cloud streaming on Vision Pro, not just on MetaQuest. Imagine that. Wouldn't that be cool?
Well, you got
What
the
do you think?
browser. It works anyways. I mean, that's essentially how the MetaQuest
think
version
like
is a browser.
Is there? Wonder if we'd see an official version though. Like
Yeah,
Apple just
probably.
letting them cloud stream on
I
Apple
suppose.
Vision Pro.
They probably really want apps on the Vision Pro because they're not getting like Netflix and a whole bunch of other ones. So
Imagine Xbox being one of the only official apps on Vision Pro.
Third
Man,
party.
that'd be ironic.
Slap in the face.
Ironic.
I would feel slapped in the
That'd be
face.
ironic. Hey, that's a good name. NRX just came up with a good name for the indie program. Indies Nuts.
Got it. He's nailed it.
I like that. That's better.
Oh,
That's a much
good
better
work.
name.
Good work. Indies nuts. Love it.
That would
Thanks,
that
NRX.
would penetrate the zeitgeist, wouldn't it?
I do wish sometimes these multi-billion-dollar corporations would have more of a laugh about things. Do you know what I mean?
Just
What
smile a
else?
little. Have some
You know.
fun with it.
You're rich enough, you jerks.
Have some fun with it.
So before we get into giant corporations having loads of money and stomping on the little guy, last piece of other news before we dive into the topic of the layoffs. Suicide Squad code drama. Recently breaking news.
I admit, I've been pretty mad about it all week.
Yeah.
Not because we didn't
code.
get it, because I had no idea when it was going to show up. So I was just trying to schedule, am I going to get it this weekend? Is it coming next week because of the servers not being on? Please just let me know. And they finally did very late last night that once servers are up, codes will go out, which certainly set off some people. And I will
so
say,
that means some small number of outlets have got code, but then we're told, but nothing's going to go live until the game goes live for early access.
it doesn't matter to have the game now. We don't have code yet. They said it would go out. Like, I don't know anyone that actually has a code. Now, I've only been told, everyone got told the same thing. Code will go out right when servers are going up. And I know people are going to say, red flags. It could be. You never know. But you can look at a game like
red flags.
So
This
the
isn't
only
red flags,
reason
because they just had the preview program.
the only reason we got to play Diablo 4 early is because they put up other servers, also an online only game, and those servers got wiped. And I still cry over that level, like 80 something druid I had on there that's gone
125
forever.
hours in
He's gone
those
forever.
servers before it got wiped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Now,
so there was
the drama now is IGN just dropped an article earlier today. Where's our Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League review? Review codes haven't been sent out ahead of time. Now, what's interesting is that unlike this story, which is, okay, sure, I'll get them when either we'll get them when the game launches in early access, so the servers are on, then you'll send code, or we'll just go out and buy a copy, which I think is, arguably what we'll do straight away. But specifically for IGN, Warner Brothers have said, we're not going to send you code at all.
Good.
Good. And IGN have posted an article saying, well, that's, that's not very good. And
Good.
obviously now Twitter are arguing about it. And I'm amused because, for us as a smaller outlet that is completely funded by you awesome people, what happens when we don't get code? We go buy the game. What we don't do is post an article about it to frame it and they're hiding something. It's gonna be a sucky game. I would argue in this instance.
What did they think would happen? Like, this whole code situation to me feels like, and I don't know, obviously, because I don't do anything for XboxEra, but this code situation to me feels like Rocksteady going, "Oh, really? Our game sucks."
Well,
okay,
look,
that's what it feels like to me.
And I would say it's not even negative. The negative preview, I don't think, like, if you just eloquently state, I didn't like this, I'm looking forward to this, but I don't know about that. I really do think the mix of, and we had Dustin on and he was really nice and I like him a lot, but I think Ryan's in charge of previews now. Whoever did that headline, I wouldn't call it the most professional headline. It's a very leading, because most people just take the headline.
You killed the game.
Like, you lead with that headline.
Tone.
And it wasn't
the tone for the game.
So there was two strikes. The headline was really rough, and I don't think fair for what a preview generally is. And there was also a lot of stuff about the alpha in there, which was still under NDA at that point. And I don't think it harms. Who cares in the long run? But when you are dealing with PR all the time, it's going to cost you. Like, when kind of an unprofessional headline, talk about stuff in an NDA, it's not shocking that it happened.
Like this is what blows my mind, right? Is what I'm seeing now is people going, oh, you know, denying code to the biggest video game website in the world. That is what IGN is. Well, you know, Warner Brothers have something to hide, you know, sus, you know, red flag, right?
No,
And I'm like,
killed
well,
their
hang on a
game.
second. The biggest video game site in the world, you know, and like you said, we've had Destin on. He's a really lovely guy, but that particular headline, it's not one that frankly we would post. Like, you can be negative in a preview, and there's a right way to write things, in my opinion. And as a kind of like I wouldn't do that. Well, if you're the biggest website in the world, you have set the tone, and guess what? Guess what's going to happen to this game? Let's all have
you know, you know what I'm curious about?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
we'll see in the next week. I'm very curious. Do they get a bunch of Suicide Squad advertising on that site that probably paid for like 100 copies of the game, if not 1,000?
I don't know, but like I read Destin's preview, and it didn't read as negative as the headline.
No,
and that's the other problem. The actual preview didn't read overly negative.
Yeah, he was on Twitter and he was in comments saying like, "I'm looking forward to it." Like,
people only read the fucking headline. People,
they only read the headline. That's why I said. That's why I said I think maybe he just had a moment where, like all of us, because we're all ultimately gamers at heart, and I just think Destin just or whoever it was, because it may not have even been Destin that came up with the headline. But if it was Destin that came up with the headline, he may have just had one of those moments where he forgot he works for the biggest video game website in the world and can sink or swim a game. Like, I just think he may have momentarily had that lapse and was like, "Oh yeah, IGN's like the biggest video game website in the world, and this game is now dead."
When people talk about the previews for the game, they're like, they were overwhelmingly negative. Like, I checked out a lot of them outside of some of the shithead content creators I truly don't like because I know they just make shit up for clicks. It was mostly positive in that it's really fun to play. Our preview event went really poorly, so we had a lot of time where we didn't get to play, which I know Destin had a lot of issues with. And I'm just curious, and they were curious, how are they going to make it last as long as what's the variety going to be? We didn't get to see enough. But like the actual previews weren't super negative. They were almost all of them were like cutscenes really well done, friggin' gorgeous, very fun to play, but we need to see more. Need to be sold on the whole thing, need to see the whole package. So which is why, like at that point, when you have such a definitive headline, it just leads people down a very specific direction. They think, okay, that's how it was for everyone. And then like how Starfield is now a mixed review game that nobody likes and is a piece of shit and you can't trust Todd Howard, and him being in the indie video was red flags, or Diablo 4 was never good. It's like the talk around games just constantly changes and it's full of shit and it's very annoying.
It drives me
all
nuts
headlines.
as well.
It's all headlines though. The headlines drive all of it. Most people won't even read the article. They'll see it'll come up on their feed. It'll come up on their homepage, because you know how most browser homepages now come up with news. And all they'll see is IGN. We didn't like Suicide Squad. Cool. Game sucks. They won't wait for a review. They won't wait for... Yeah, that game sucks.
The worst thing, and I think this really frustrates me more than anything else, is when you have and I get it from a human point of view, but not from a professional one. When you have a lauded developer like Rocksteady, right? And they make games that rejuvenated the superhero genre with Batman, Arkham Asylum, and so on, right? And they nailed this combat flow, and oh my god, revolutionary, blah 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 blah. And then they have to wait 8 years for the next game, and the next game isn't an evolution of that. Instead, it's an open world looter shooter.
Oh yeah,
I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm not going to review the game for what it is. I'm going to talk about how it should be of this thing, man. Do not send people that wanted to play Rocksteady's new Batman Arkham Asylum Evolution game after the 8 years
to play Crackdown 4.
Send people that like looter shooter co-op games. Don't get your reviewer to be a guy that wants a single player Arkham Asylum 3.0. For fuck's sake.
Even then,
because guess what that person's going to think of the co-op looter shooter? I'm just like,
if you're professional enough, it can't be your coverage can't be dominated by genre preference. You need to also be able to look at something for what it is. Like you have to. I have played in this job now. I have played games I would never have touched, and I've I played Crusader Kings 3, and it didn't click with me at all, but I played it for like 30 hours to do a review, and I could appreciate this is incredible for what it is. I haven't touched it since I finished the review, but like I scored it based on what I think this game is for the people who want it and try to make it very clear what type of game it is. It's like, hey, if you were hoping for the next Batman thing, not going to be that. But if you like the open world looter shooters, blah, 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 this is what it ends up being in that genre. Like,
exactly.
You can make it clear it's not your cup of tea, but it shouldn't get a low score if it's a very good one of a game type you don't like, I guess is what I would say.
And that's where I'm going to be. I'm going to be intrigued, and I will read them, and I'm going to call them out, man. Like,
But I'm just
you can't.
they
do
can't
that.
be shocked. I'm actually surprised WB and Rocksteady had the balls to tell IGN to go and get effed. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah.
Kudos to them for it. Like 100% kudos to them for it. Because like I said, IGN surely can't be shocked. They killed their game. They literally single-handedly killed their game with one headline, and now they're like, "Oh, why did you give us a review code? Oh, what? So you can give it a 6 and really spit on the grave?" I hope this is a turning point where a lot of these bigger websites understand that their headlines and their words have consequences, man.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we all, including us, we all forget we're not owed codes by these developers and these publishers. They don't have to give anyone codes for anything.
As the one who
It's a
chases them,
privilege,
I am always incredibly nice. I never expect. I can be sad if we don't get, because for us being as small as we are, if we don't get embargo, there's no point. Because we're not big enough unless it's on Game Pass. That's pretty much the only time it's worth it.
Think about it though, right? How many video game websites that review games would there be in the world? There'd be quite a few, wouldn't there? There'd be a few. And if the majority of those are getting free copies of games, that's all copies they could be selling. That's all money that they could be making.
It's a marketing
selling
expense
copies of those games.
Like when I got the Legion Go,
I understand.
It's an $800 thing for
understand.
them, but if they sell 2 based on my coverage, then they're good. Same with this chair. This is a $1,700 chair they gave me. I didn't pay for this chair.
Yes,
They
it's a
gave it to me for
marketing
review.
expense, but if you think
Yeah.
about it,
Then we got like 20,000
but
views
think
on
about it,
so-
right? Given the power that an IGN has, that an Edge, whose reviews are held in very high regard because of how harsh they generally are, GameSpot, there's a handful of outlets that basically command all the power in terms of review sway. So they don't even have to give smaller outlets like us codes, because we like, if all the tiny outlets didn't get a code and only the big outlets did, the results would ultimately be the same. People would buy based on the recommendation of the big sites. So if you think about how many copies they're costing themselves by giving all these smaller, medium, and small sites codes, man, because in the end, people are going to be dictated by IGN's review anyway. So why give XboxEra a code? Why give DualShockers a code? Why give PlayStation Lifestyle a code? Why give... Because everyone's just going to go based on the IGN review anyway. The majority of people.
I mean,
So it's a favor they're doing all of us.
the whole
So-
tone of the game online is I'm expecting 60, 70 meta, because of that initial tone setting.
Yep.
It's done. It's done.
The game is done.
Yeah.
We said it back then. We said it back when the preview program happened. We said the game's already dead. And it's
You ready,
it's
Nick,
sad for the
for
dev.
next week? If this game is as fun as I found it in the alpha, it's going to be this year's Redfall.
8.5 out of 10.
I quite enjoyed my time with the alpha. I need to see more of it. Obviously, it's just a little tiny slice. Like, oh, this
Well, look,
is neat. But it's also in a genre I tend to really enjoy. So I like open world
I've
looter
been
shooters
watching
that
your
focus on co-op.
footage. I've been watching your footage that you've been playing, and this is the longest I've ever watched footage of this game. And this is just Crackdown 4.
It looks nuts.
It's
This
way better
literally
than
just
Crackdown has
4.
ever been. It's like, imagine if Crackdown looked a lot better, ran a lot better, was more fluid and fun to play, was based on a huge IP that people love. Had like, it's the taking that formula of just being this crazy open world shooter with powers and going nuts with it, but also having awesome cutscenes and really good writing in the very limited bit I got to play in the alpha. How does that all go
It
through?
looks fun to me.
Yeah. What's the score? I don't know. I know people are always like,
6 out of 10.
yeah, it's like, that's the last, literally when I finish writing and I do the conclusion is the first time I think of what the score will be. Only because I have to.
Yeah.
Also,
But
5
the
to
only
10 is
thing
not
that
an
can
average
save this
assessment.
game
5
now-
to 10 is terrible for modern scoring.
The only thing that can save this game now is like a 9 or a 10 from IGN. It's like the only thing that can save this game now, because everyone will be like,
We
"Oh my
were
god,
wrong."
IGN turned around on it that much! Wow, this game must be amazing." That's the only thing that can save this game now. An IGN 9 or a 10. That's it.
Yeah. Man.
And it's sad to think about. Like, Rocksteady have been working on this game for a long bloody time.
Yeah.
Like a really long time. And it does, to me, just, again, this is just the eye test now, and I'm watching the footage. Looks totally fun.
Was
To me.
I'm looking forward to playing co-op with friends. I genuinely am. It's been a while since I've had a good meaty co-op game to play.
It just looks like what a Crackdown 4 would be to me.
You want to play with your friends? Meet. I get it, John.
It's true. That's you're my friend. You. I want to play with you.
Thankfully, I'm very far away.
Anyway, enough of that drama. Let's talk about all the layoffs. We'll start off small and get bigger. All right, take a deep breath, people. Riot has laid off 530 people, which I think is something like 11% of their entire workforce.
A Riot that big?
They're pretty big.
They grew massively.
How big a Riot?
They grew a ton during the pandemic.
Yeah, they're pretty
Like everyone else.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I had
Might
this
even be
idea
more
that
than
Riot was this smaller studio.
I know they grew
Yeah,
quite a bit to
well,
try and really push esports,
they're-
which never happened. And yeah,
Yeah,
Wow.
they've got League of Legends, they've got Valorant, they've got
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true. Because I'm not a PC gamer, I often forget about that sort of stuff because it's not in my
Legends of
purview.
Runeterra, they were hoping to be better. They've also been putting out a bunch of like single player games that are a little smaller in scope.
What about that fighting game? Did they ever bring out that fighting game?
Not yet, I don't think. Project F or whatever.
Do you know how
it was
they
or
were-
something. Yeah,
They're working on a fighting
Not-
game which was supposed to
it's
be
not out-
really streamlined and
yeah,
simplified.
you play on a keyboard. Yeah, it's not yet. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, but like apparently though the severance
yeah.
packages were incredibly generous from Riot, like way.
So
way
they should be
beyond-
from bigger companies. So they should be from bigger
way
companies.
beyond the norm, right? Like we're talking like months worth of
6 months of pay, a year of
Wow,
benefits.
Really?
If you
Year
don't
of
have a
benefit,
if you don't have a
keep your
computer, they
healthcare.
give you a laptop. They'll help you job search, all that type of stuff. Yeah.
I mean, that's if
God, I
want
want to get fired from Riot. I wanna
If you're
get
gonna
fired
do
by
it-
Riot.
That's how to do it. And I
Oh
think
my
out
God.
of all of them, it's a massive contrast to, perhaps other companies that are going to be on
Oh
this.
God! And
list.
I just realized before I get clipped, I'm not making light of these people losing their jobs, but like most
late.
jobs, when you lose your job, they
You're out.
escort you out and be like, "See you later."
Yeah, especially
Most
in the
jobs.
US. Yeah,
I've been laid
it's
off
like
twice.
higher
6
at
months of
will.
pay.
One time I worked at Maytag, Whirlpool bought us, shut us down, and they gave us a couple months of pay. No benefits, just pay. And then the other time I worked at a Dunkin' Donuts, and the building it was in got condemned, and instead of rebuilding it, they just laid us off, and I got 1 week of pay.
Wow, mental.
I don't know. I've lost a job in Australia and I got nothing. It was just like, "See you later," and that's in Australia.
It's a difference between laying off and firing. Firing is nothing, but laying off it's not your fault. We're doing it, so legally you are. There can be local
Oh yeah,
laws.
that is true.
Florida doesn't give a shit. Florida's an
That is
at-will
true.
state. You just get fired, and they don't have to have a
Yes.
reason or anything. But other
Yes.
places
Oh
are
no,
like,
that's
yeah.
a good point. I was young and I was doing my job poorly, so I was fired. So that probably explains why I got nothing.
Man, the worst thing I did when I was a kid. Tangent alert. In a different life, gentlemen,
Mhm.
I studied to be an accountant.
Ew.
Oh wow.
Now, guess what? It's real fucking boring.
Oh.
John, we want you to go to accountant school in your own evenings, in like night college or night university, or whatever it was. I went twice. I worked at the accountants for like 6 months, and then they were like, "Oh, you've been blacking and not going to your classes. We're firing you now." I was like, fair. They were really disappointed.
Mm.
I was like 17 or 18 or something. It happened. But I'm really glad because, accountancy was really dull and I already didn't like maths that much. So, yeah, I feel you, bro. Like sometimes the job just ain't for you. But I mean, I've been made redundant other times. Like I got gardening leave. The biggest one I did was I worked for a telecoms company which got bought by a bigger telecoms company. And I used to work on the night shift. And they were
I had
like,
never heard of gardening leave. I had never heard of it before.
okay. You have heard of it.
I've now since heard, just this week, I heard about gardening leave for the first time. I'm like, what the hell is gardening leave? And then they explained to me they explained to me what gardening leave was. And I'm like, oh my God, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, well, I was really lucky. I worked for a night shift team. So I used to work 8 p.m. till 8 a.m. And we used to have like a massive monitoring station, right? And we had this new manager guy come in, and I won't say his name for reasons.
Ricky.
Irish fella.
Oh,
Irish fella. Let's pick a
and
common
not
Irish name.
Patty, St. Patrick.
But he came in and he was younger than most of the team, like the senior techs. And he was like, "Oh, you're gonna have to show us the ropes." And we were like, "Okay, we'll show you the ropes." 8 p.m. we all get there. Did you see you later? Evening team. It's just us now for 12 hours. And we had this massive, like 60-inch monitoring thing to monitor all the customers' circuits. I'd be like, right, lads. And we'd all just like, okay, quick check. Right, turn the alarms off, plug them into this laptop here so they'd stand out of here, unplug the big monitoring screen, put in a USB VLC media player and play a movie. And we'd all sit back and watch it. And he was like, what are you doing? I was like, my man, if you're gonna work with this team, you're gonna need to gel with the program. He was like, okay. So that was it for a year. And then they made us redundant, but we did all of our work for the transition in like 2 months and they'd planned 12. So I got like 8 months gardening leave out of it. It was fucking sweet. So I was only double bubble. I went out and got another job, but I was only double bubble for 8 months. It was great.
Yeah, that's unreal.
And I do see
a manager man just being like, oh, okay, we're just watching movies. I was like, yeah, we're just watching movies. This is what we do.
I see a lot of people in the chat.
I know what comment.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say I see a lot of people in the chat that are going on about like they make so much money. How come they're getting rid of people? And it's like with capitalism, and Nick knows it and dislikes it as much as me. It's not what you have made. What you have made doesn't matter. It couldn't matter if you have a trillion
going up.
Yeah, you can have $1 trillion in the bank.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if the outlook to get more for the next 6 months to a year to multiple years includes firing people. You fire them. That is just how the system works, and it sucks shit.
It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Like I hate it. It's and especially like they say layoffs. Why not do what Nintendo did?
Because that's bullshit.
How bad, everyone? We'll take a pay cut.
The Nintendo thing's bullshit. Because he only did it because he legally had to. He had to do it legally. It's the way their system works.
Really?
You cannot fire people like that willy-nilly. You can do it when the company's going to go under if you don't, essentially. So you have to take pay cuts at the executive level, and if it's still that bad, then you can fire people. So he took a pay cut because that's their system. That's not the system in the West, so no one's ever going to do it voluntarily most of the time. But it's like the Miyamoto quote, like just there's always more to it. So
his quote, there is accuracy to his quote, though.
Yeah, but it's accuracy that their system's better. The system is better, and they went along with the system because they had to. But yeah, the system in the West is literally, for most of these places, even if you've got really good unions, doesn't matter. They'll get you better severance, or they might be able to fight firings occasionally, but they're still going to just be layoffs because that is how the system is set up to be, because the system's stupid. And it is you are legally obligated to make number go up for your investors. You have to focus on long-term health, but you must make number go up. We're making like their 3 trillion valuation. I saw that be talked about a lot. What Riot makes with all the money Riot has, if even Riot's firing people, oh my God, how bad is the industry? It's also like, well, no, Riot's still making a lot of money. They're just not growing as much as they thought. It's about they didn't.
I want
the
someone to
growth
explain
percentage.
this to me. I want someone to explain this to me because I admittedly do not know about it at all. I'm not educated on this. I am the very definition of a layman, and I see Token Aussie in the chat talking about how much this is paining him right now. It's hurting him. I like, and again, who are these faceless shareholders that are baying for blood and wanting people sacked? Like, my parents are shareholders in Australia of a very major company that I won't name, and their shares have barely gone up in the 20-something years they've had those shares. They're not baying for blood. You know what my parents say? We chose poorly. We invested poorly. Oh, well. We invested poorly. How bad?
The incredibly rich people who have more of a say because they've got so much, generally. It's not just the little guy.
How about don't be fucking assholes then? How about don't be assholes about it?
That's Silicon Valley.
It's
Silicon Valley and the investor bro culture there is the worst thing. And people say like, oh, without it, we wouldn't have stuff. It's like, no, they're not the people that make stuff. They're the people that constantly look for schemes to try and make money as quick as they can and don't know how any of it works. They're the shitty ones, not the creators. The creators
I understand companies that are in legitimate trouble. Companies that are in full-on legitimate trouble, in danger of going under, whatever, I kind of understand it.
But also, like, it's not... You get money every year, like, depending on how many stocks you get. If they split it, if they give you more, like, the dividends, you constantly make money from it. So even if you can't sell it for more or it didn't jump up a ton, you should still get some return on your investment constantly. It's at least the way it works here. Like every year there's a dividend share or a share split, or you can get more shares or you can sell those. So that's how you constantly make money outside of just waiting and then selling everything. Because you never want to sell everything. You want to keep it so you keep getting dividends and splits on the bigger companies.
And there was someone in the chat was saying that why do we go on about game dev jobs? Why don't we mourn the losses of jobs in other industries? It's like, well, because that's all our podcast would be.
Yeah.
Like it's
and on that point, Nick, like since January this year, like since the year began, like we've had Unity 1,800 people, Twitch 500 people, Discord.
That's 1,800. That's 1,800 out of that's like 25% of their workforce.
Yes, much bigger in real terms than.
I think that the tech industry is like 30-ish grand or something already, because it's a lot of quarterly reports. So it's the time of year a lot of people do it.
But we said this a couple of weeks ago, remember? Remember when I said, it's January, it's that time of year when layoffs get announced. Like seems to happen every year in January.
Yeah, people can fly, laid off 30, Black Forest, laid off 50. You know, there's tons. It's happening. What's really scary is that we're already at 60%.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey.
Jeff Grubb in the chat.
Hey, look at that. He called
the handsome one.
Called me buddy and everything.
We're already at something like 60%. 60% of 2023's total number of firings. We're already 60% of the way there in 27 days. Like this is insane.
Yeah. I think the other thing we were talking about with Nintendo earlier as well is Nintendo doesn't hire in massive numbers to then need to get rid of massive numbers later.
Yeah. It's not the way that market operates.
They don't make games of the same scale. And
that's right.
And
how many times have we said it? They don't spend 300 million.
Nick, don't read chat. Your heart will fall apart. You will cry.
Hey Jeff, am I? Did you see my tweet? Am I in trouble?
What tweet?
Oh, I was just like I was.
You were cheeky.
I was throwing some shade at IGN's. Oh, Warner Brothers don't love us anymore because we said in the preview that their game already sucks.
No, I was watching. I think I can't remember if it was Game Mess or Nintendogs. One of them. Because the timing of those shows is very good for me because I'm working during the day and I've got my computer here on with podcasts on, and Jeff somehow is always on during my workday. So they're
evening my time, so it's very very middle of the day for you.
Yes, which is great. And I was in the chat and he said, Nick. He was like talking to me directly. He's like, Nick, I have to be a professional when I'm doing the morning show. I can't tell people that you're my friend. I'm reporting the news. I can't say my friend.
Well, we all admire Jeff's
Because
professionalism.
I have to be professional. I can't say this news is my friend Nick. Because I can't do that.
My best buddy Nick.
You do call him Tom the Machine Ivan, Jeff, so you could say the handsome one Nick, maybe something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Make
we
him
wouldn't
make him
mind.
cream his
We'll
jeans.
understand.
I do watch Game Mess. I'm even giving you super chats half the time when I'm supposed to be working.
And I gotta say, this game mess this week had probably one of the best breakdowns of our next story by Mr. Grubb. It was very succinct and well put.
Which is Microsoft fired 1900.
So we're not. I was about to say we're not going to keep talking about the Ruiner Dev one and all the other ones.
I mean, the point is we could go on and mention loads and loads of layers, but let's be honest.
Yes.
The big one that everyone is talking about this week is Microsoft's recent announcement of 1,900 heads across ABK, ZeniMax, and Xbox. Right,
Following 10,000 last year. Remember they announced in January.
Wasn't even
Microsoft
more?
like 10,000.
Yes,
and
Microsoft
some.
total.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
purely and
Xbox.
look, this, from my point of view, this is awful. It sucks. It sucks for the individuals involved. Like, that goes without saying. But also, they just bought a $70 billion publisher. There's going to be a shit ton of overlap. Did everyone think that this was not going to happen?
This is, and again, this
I
is
don't
more
say that to me.
disingenuity, like with the Palworld thing,
I
right?
think the big thing that one of the things that really got lost is they went from 9,800 people to 17,000 people in between.
And clarity, that's Activision. Overcoat,
Yes.
they went from 1,700 to
9,800
So
to
no,
17,000,
this is-
according to the Bobby interview.
wow.
This is a very tricky topic, especially to talk about as an Xbox outlet, because we are fanboys that will only
Yeah,
speak
we'll
in the
be
positive
accused
for
of
Xbox.
defending when there's no defense. We hate this system.
Yeah.
We just know
This-
it's a
this
typical
isn't-
part
and
of
this
this
is the
awful
thing.
system.
It would be nice to have this topic in an adult and rational manner that condemns the actions, because every time we don't pick and choose when we talk about layoffs. I think we've covered layoffs in most of our episodes over the last 2-3 months.
Yeah.
And we talk about how much we hate the capitalism, and we talk about how much we hate that execs don't take pay cuts, and we hate that, and doubly so when you're talking about a company that just got announced as the richest company on earth.
Whoa, $3
Right?
trillion.
Yeah.
Microsoft.
So it looks doubly worse when they do it. And in no world would anyone not condemn the sacking of 1,900 people, which makes that Unity number look huge, by the way, because Unity's not as big as ABK.
Yeah, it was out of
Xbox
22,000
combined.
essentially for that division.
My thing is, like, again, I've said this before. Technically, Microsoft is rich enough to just keep those people, but we all live in the world where we understand the reality of the world where that's just not going to happen. Like, what I'm seeing a lot of this week, and this is more what I want to target as opposed to anything else. I'm seeing a lot of "I told you so's" and "I gotchas" on social media about this, and I'm like, who did you tell? Like, who did you tell what? I did not see anyone over the last 2.5 years proclaim that no one was going to lose their job when this merger happened. I didn't see anyone say that. Like, that's what happens when companies merge. People
Devil's
do
advocate.
lose their jobs.
Devil's advocate. I think there was a narrative that definitely existed.
Yep.
With all of the Bobby Kotick's a piece of shit, all of the sexual harassment cases, all the culture, save us Xbox. And there was a narrative, admittedly, reported by the yay Microsoft are going to buy ABK division of the world.
Yep.
They were like, they're going to save everything and make it great. But my general feeling on this is
the two things aren't mutually exclusive.
No, they're not. But the narrative there existed that kind of has just overridden common sense, right? In that they were going to save them, not fire them. That goes without saying, and it's disingenuous and wrong.
But again, both things can be true. So prior to this acquisition being even announced, what was the narrative about ABK? Sexual harassment, horrific working conditions. Bobby's got to go. Oh my God, this is the worst company on earth. How are we going to fix this? So Microsoft was like, well, we'll buy them. And everyone's like, oh, cool. Working conditions should improve now. And they're going to acknowledge unions. Did you see who wasn't sacked? The unionized employees.
Well, good for them. Good for them. Go unionize America.
So the unionization, it seems to an extent, work. So, like, I don't think when two companies merge, there's usually more often than not layoffs. The bigger the companies, the more the layoffs. That's not a defense of layoffs. That's the reality of mergers between big companies.
And on that, I see people in the chat and I've seen it. I've seen the same conversation online. Execs should take pay cuts, try and save these jobs.
Yes, they should.
Well, hang on. Let's look at the word redundant, right? Now look, and again, this is a fragile, sensitive topic. There are job roles where entire teams were cut. They weren't redundant. They just cut those teams, right?
They did.
Different scenario. But on roles where there is genuine overlap, hey, we're already a publisher. Huh? We've bought a publisher with publishing teams.
It happened with Double Fine. It happened with Bethesda.
Yeah, we don't need both people or three people, right? So the word redundant is important here. It's not about, take a pay cut so you can keep them. Why? Because I don't need them as a business. I don't need them as a business. The business doesn't need them anymore. That's why they're gone.
But for those specific layoffs, yes, there are genuine redundancy layoffs when two companies that do the exact same thing merge. They're two of the biggest video game publishers in the world. So there's going to be some overlap. I don't think it's going to be 1900 in overlap, but there's going to be some overlap.
And I think you're also seeing Microsoft exert more control because this wasn't just Activision Blizzard. This was lots of Bethesda folks. Because we've seen over the last couple of years, Bethesda was kind of allowed to operate very independently. Bethesda codes came from Bethesda. Xbox codes came from Xbox. Bethesda published. Bethesda did the trailers. Bethesda existed. Is this now in 2024? Well, okay, we do own all of this now. We're going to exert some control here. We're Microsoft. We're going to have one team centralized that looks after all of these. Probably.
Yeah, but my thing is, I wish online you could discuss this in a rational manner. Like, in a perfect world, you'd have Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Apple combining to end world hunger and employ everyone, so that everyone's to end world hunger and end poverty between the four of them. They're that rich, the perfect dream world. But we all know that that's not the world we live in. We all understand that as rational adults, that we live in a capitalist hellscape, where numbers have to go brrrr, or else people lose their jobs, and it's shit. Like, no one would say otherwise. It's shit, especially when people get laid off right before Christmas, which happens a lot too. Happened at PlayStation last year, where they were getting laid off just before Christmas.
I saw one particular horror story as well about a young lady. I'm not going to name her name. She's been harassed enough on Twitter. She's got several medical conditions that are life-threatening, and she's lost her health insurance, right?
And this is the thing.
I look at what Riot's done: a year of benefits, a year of continual health coverage, 6 months of pay. Microsoft, $3 trillion, guys.
Do we know what their severance package is, though?
No, Microsoft? No idea.
Not yet.
I have no idea.
I assume it would be.
All they said
it would be decent.
All they said was in accordance with local laws, as in we'll do at least the bare minimum, but that doesn't mean they're doing the bare minimum. We don't know.
I would argue that if she's online saying I'm really terrified now and absolutely bucketed, that
well, that's the thing though, and this is the thing about tweeting in the heat of the moment, because I've done it too, or I've tweeted when I first woke up and was only half awake. I saw later tweets from her saying, "Hey, don't use my tweets for your console war." I was tweeting in the heat of the moment, worried, scared, stressed out, and it was just, that's what came out. And that's what can happen. Of course, you've lost your job. If I lost my job now, I'd be terrified as well, and I'd panic, and I don't know what I'd do.
I'm not changing the subject, but I just wanted to acknowledge Mash, brand new XboxEra supporter. Welcome to the channel.
And Alvin. And Alvin.
Yeah, and Alvin. Like, I didn't feel appropriate to start clapping during this discussion, but I didn't want them to disappear off my screen. So big thank you for the support, guys. We love you.
And there's a super chat about this from Georgie. Phil/Stuart should be fired. Phil got on stage at BlizzCon and gave PR. How can he do this? Xbox third-party push is unacceptable. Can't convince me this is good. No one is telling you this is good. This is the thing.
No, but also, I would
one
say
is saying-
this is what you hire executives to do. To be nice and friendly, and then when you're not looking, they stab you in the back. That's being a good businessman. You can't be a nice person in this system. Like they're not worth $3 trillion because they're your buddies to even people that work there. That's just not how it goes. They wouldn't fire him for this. Their stock went up. He'd probably get a bonus for this. Like, it's just a shitty system.
But this is what we've been saying about how the capitalist system is shit. Like, because it rewards this kind of stuff.
And we had people on the forum saying, Microsoft's lost its identity. It's been taken over by the suits. And I'm like, Phil is a suit? He's a multi-million-dollar executive at the executive level of Microsoft. You can't not be a suit there. He's just a very likable person when we get to interact with him all stuff. But he is an executive.
Unless Georgie's referring to the third-party thing, you can't convince me this is good. Maybe.
There's also there isn't a third-party thing yet.
That's a separate thing.
Also, isn't a third party.
Yeah, no,
that's started talking about
a separate thing. But in terms of this specific issue and sacking people, whether it was Phil, it doesn't matter who was the CEO of Xbox. These sackings were going to happen. It's got nothing to do with Phil. These sackings were going to happen no matter what. And this is why I don't understand the gotchas, especially from that dude Conover. It's like, dude, you can't con me over, mate. I watched your original video, dude. It was all about losing COD. Let's be real. That's what his original video was mostly about. Losing Call of Duty. They take your choices away. So that's why Nintendo people are now getting Call of Duty, because choices are being taken away. He barely mentioned anything about jobs, and now he's coming in saying, see, mergers destroy everything. It's like, spare me the act, dude. Like, spare me the act. Like, no one in their right mind thought this wasn't going to result in job losses. No one.
And one of the things that drives me nuts is, like, also people like, they couldn't let them know ahead of time. Why are they learning online? It's like, yes, I agree it sucks, but they are a publicly traded company. They cannot legally let people know. They have to, like, it affects stock prices and it does all these different things. So legally they can't. It really sucks. I don't like it, but also it's not new. It's not typical. This is how it always goes for that reason.
Unfortunately,
when you're publicly traded.
The reality.
Yeah.
Very unfortunately, the reality. And it's shit. We would love it for Satya to come on stage and go, you know what, guys? I don't need to be a millionaire 10 times over. We're going to keep all these people because we can afford to. That would be amazing. Everyone would love it. But guess what? These faceless shareholders that I still don't know who these fucking people are would be like, well, no, the numbers have to go brrr, Satya. So how are you going to make the numbers go brrr?
AI.
So they sack people.
Yeah.
Like no one would say that this is a good thing. But it's another thing to discuss the realities of the world as adults, which is what we're trying to do, because everyone's like, oh, you all were championing this merger, saying it was all... But we haven't... It's been 3 months. We haven't even seen... Have the working conditions improved at ABK? We don't know. They're still integrating everyone. We haven't seen anything come into Game Pass yet. They're still integrating everyone. Like, it's all still being integrated. So we're not going to see these supposed positive changes from the merger coming yet. It's not going to happen. You know, and I saw a few people going, oh, no, they lost Mike. Mike left.
Yeah,
his nickname is Yikes and Bara for a reason.
There's a narrative out there as well that he was interviewed by one person and they said, oh, you'd have to drag me out of Blizzard. But then in the note from Matt Booty, it's like, oh, hey, heads up, Mike Ybarra has decided he wants to, he's seen the acquisition through. He's decided to leave the company. I don't know which is true.
Mike was never coming back. Mike was never coming back, ever. I don't care what he said publicly.
Yeah, I imagine, like, there was... this is all conjecture and supposition, but I think scuttlebutt was that there was some bad blood last time when he left Microsoft for Blizzard. And then, it's not, you're working for me again, motherfucker. You're like, fuck.
You know what it is? I don't know if it's bad blood per se. I mean, there could be a little bit. I don't know if it's bad blood. What I think happened with Mike initially was he probably wanted Phil's job, or close enough to Phil, didn't get it, and was like, well, I'm out, screw this. Got the opportunity at Blizzard where he was more on Phil's level at Blizzard.
Yeah.
And within ABK. Now he's being dragged back and technically going back down a rung or two again.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, no, I didn't want to do this the first time. Ciao, I'm out.
And we
That's-
also got
that's probably
we
what
got a
this
lot of
was.
stories over the last year or two of people not digging him the most. Really
Yeah,
bad meetings
Oh.
where he didn't come off very
Yeah.
well, type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Like,
another super chat
I'll
from
hear it say.
Anorexic as well.
yes. And this is true too. Anorexic. I don't want to justify firings, but I hope all the toxic sexist folks who were a part of Activision and Blizzard have been shown the door. And apparently there's been
Yeah,
all
management
levels of
was
sackings, not just low level.
Yeah, it was, and everyone, like we all know, Lulu, everyone, pretty much every major person was just gone. And supposedly with this, it wasn't bottom people most. It was just everyone everywhere, essentially based on what the role was, and a lot of
again,
management.
this is without knowing how it works in the US. In Australia, it's typically quite hard to get rid of underperforming employees.
Very easy here.
You got to develop them, and you got to put them on improvement programs, and you got to. So
If you go on a PIP,
a
well,
PIP,
here,
yeah,
a PIP is the process to start getting you out, because you get put on a
yes,
PIP.
that's
you
right.
inevitably
You put in a
fail
PIP.
their metrics, and then they can
Yes,
say, well,
yes. There's levels to it, so I don't know if it's like that in America. So I thought maybe these mass layoffs are another way to get rid of underperformers without going through the process.
We're very complicated because there's 50 essential governments here that run everything. There are no real. It's mostly state level. Like in Florida, no, you can just fire anyone for any reason you want. It's why being hired is so easy and being fired is so easy. But then there are other places where it is tougher. There are better protections, but it's never, I don't think anywhere is great, but there's a lot of places where it is very easy to fire people.
Okay. Oh, that's why I'm saying I don't know how it is in the US here, and I guess in the UK, if PIPs exist in the UK as well, clearly it's difficult to get rid of underperformers in Australia and the UK.
it's usually in a sales role, a PIP. I've worked in sales, and generally the mantra is if you go on a PIP, that's
First
the
step.
business saying
First
to you,
step.
start looking for another job, man. You've got 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's just accepted that that's how it is.
Unless you somehow magically turn it around.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Um,
And again, like I'm worried where this is going to go. I'll probably get clipped or whatever. But another adult aspect of this that I didn't see much discussion about was ABK. When ABK was announced 3 years ago now, because we're 2024. So 2021 it was announced, wasn't it? January 2021.
with what, the acquisition?
The acquisition was announced January 2021, was it not?
Yes.
It's been 3 years. ABK was around 10,000 employees, right?
Yeah, 9,800.
So why there's no discussion around why did they grow so much?
A lot of it was
pandemic during a merger process.
It was staffing up heavily on Call of Duty teams, I think was a big part of it, because their Call of Duty machine was buckling heavily.
I didn't
under
realize.
load.
I didn't realize they had grown that much. I only found out the other day that they grew
And it was
massively
2020.
during
It was
the merger.
2022. 2022 is when the merger started. It was like 18 months or something like that. 20 months.
But
it wasn't 2.5 years.
But then I was shocked that the layoffs weren't more when I heard how much ABK grew during that time. I didn't realize. I'm like, only 1,900? I'm actually shocked. It's like, why? And again, this isn't about blaming. It's questioning. Again, it's working within the context and the reality of the way this capitalist hellscape works.
I did get
Why
yelled
are
at for
they
tweeting out that question.
But again, it's not a defense. Like
I know.
It's the reality. Like
Yeah.
we know that a lot of developers staffed up during lockdown and during COVID, and then a lot of those people got laid off. That's not defending. That's literally explaining the reality of what was happening. So again, I'm surprised no one is discussing and saying, well, hold on a second. Why did ABK grow so much knowing they were trying to merge with Microsoft? Like, why did they grow so much? Like,
Who knows?
Again,
Well,
I'm
as I
not
said, it
trying to
was
blame ABK or anything. I'm asking the question. Like,
It was
that
mostly
seems
around-
odd to me because I didn't
It
know.
was mostly around Call of Duty and trying to keep that train rolling because they had fallen so hard on their face. So even
That's why
even
when I
with the potential of being acquired, if the merger didn't go through, then they needed to be all in on COD because it was their gravy train outside of King.
The golden goose.
You
'Cause
know what that is?
Blizzard-
That's Bobby. Because Bobby knew he was going to get his golden parachute, right? Bobby knew, which again is another fucking shit thing that I hate. I hate this golden parachute bullshit. Like, if you think about it, if Bobby turned around and said, and again, this is this fantasy world that a lot of people on social media want to live in, and it would be great if we could live in this fantasy world where Bobby turns around and goes, okay, you know what? I'm already richer than God. I already have more money than any human could possibly ever need.
I'm going to go
You know
buy
what?
Paramount.
You keep your parachute. You keep your golden parachute, Satya, and you make sure you don't sack any of my workers. Wouldn't that be amazing? That'd be great, wouldn't it? No. I'm saying, wouldn't we all love it if that happened? But that's not the reality, is it?
Yeah.
It's just not. So discussing the reality doesn't make you an asshole. It doesn't mean you're defending Xbox and the job losses. It just means you are discussing reality.
Yeah.
And most places would question why you grew that much post-pandemic while you were trying to merge with one of the biggest video game publishers in the world.
This could be a bit of Microsoft course correcting now, right? And it's worth mentioning, of those job losses, we do know of some things. Like, one of the big headlines from the last couple of days was that the long spoken about Project Odyssey, which is Blizzard's survival game, working on for 6 years, gone, cancelled.
Oh my God, that's another topic.
The majority of the team has been let go as well. Now,
that's my issue. Let's separate those two issues for a second. Let's separate the game cancellation from the team being sacked. So I want to say straight away, why was the team sacked? Why couldn't they just work on another game? That's not an overlap job. That's not an overlap job.
I agree.
So why was that team sacked?
We don't know.
This is the part that I question. Because the game cancellation, this game's been scale-bounded now. All of a sudden, this game was the greatest game. Oh my God, they're the best. So again, let's live in reality. Jason Schreier's reporting was that this game was in dev for 6 years, and we didn't even have a name. Not even a name, let alone screenshots, footage, gameplay ideas, nothing. We had zero but a project name and a concept art. After 6 years, they were hoping the game was going to be out by 2026. That's 8 years of dev, right? Hoping for 2026. More likely, 2027, 2028, which means a potential 10-year dev cycle. We're past the halfway point of dev. We didn't even know the name of the game. And they had an engine switch from Unreal, which is a widely used engine, to Synapse. Is it Synapse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
A
their
mobile
internal mobile thing.
Yeah, because they wanted the game to play mobile, console, PC, everyone, and have 100 people in a server, and Unreal 4 couldn't do that. Unreal 5 might be able to,
Yes.
so team was hoping to swap back.
And again, the according to Jason Schreier, who's a very good reporter, apparently the game was fun, but not in the greatest shape. Now, you tell me, how many games in the history of video games have had near 10-year dev cycles that were somewhat troubled that turned out amazing?
Duke Nukem Forever.
Daikatana, like
Last
not many games. Like, history was against this game being something fantastic. History was against it. Not impossible, but history was against it being something fantastic. So I can understand the game being cancelled. The likelihood of it being something genuinely great wasn't overly high. Not impossible, but not overly high. Like I said, we didn't even have a name of it. So how confident were they in it? if they didn't even tell us the name of the thing. I think part of the reason they only mentioned it was because Jez leaked it.
Yeah.
I think that was part of the reason they even mentioned they were working on a survival MMO, was because Jez leaked it. So this thing was a secret. You'd think if they were super, super confident in it, they would have at least given us a name, given us something. Do you know what I mean? So I understand this game being cancelled. Let's not scale bound this game now, where this game was suddenly going to be like the panacea for all of Xbox's problems.
And again, I'm playing devil's advocate. Look at it from an executive's point of view. Hey guys, how's the game you've been working on for 6 years? It's got another 3 years, but we haven't quite nailed everything yet. I'm done. Like, that's probably the point of view, right? And I don't know. And it sucks for them. Like, I question, and I don't know if the entire team was let go. Like, I don't know if anyone has anything that can clarify that, whether some were retasked. Like, I don't know.
People have said the whole team, but that's also been said in the past before. You never know, and we may never know.
You never know. But I think
wait, hold on. Abdul in the chat is saying it was before Jez leaked. I thought Jez leaked it and then they sort of confirmed it. I thought.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll ask Jez.
I think they publicly acknowledged that there was a survival game being worked on, but I
thought that was post Jez mentioning it. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, this is part and parcel of the problem in some respects of games being leaked early, is that narratives can form and ideations of what it is and what it will be and what it will do. Project Tatanka, confirmed cancelled a couple of weeks ago by Special Nick. It leads to this no-win scenario where, hey, heads up. Game projects are cancelled all the fucking time. You just don't know about them.
You don't know about most of them.
You knew about this one, so it makes it a big deal. And it's like, it sucks. It absolutely sucks. And my heart goes out to every single developer.
No, we can hear that, Jesse.
I know.
But we can hear that.
I moved it away, but I was like, it's too late.
Yeah. But yes, so there's that. We've also heard that ABK's customer
Oh, wait, we're not
service
going to talk
team-
about it more? Wait, we're not going to talk about it more?
Have you got any other points you want to make that isn't the same point?
Well, the point I want to make is about the team. I want to make a point about the team. So why did they get sacked as a result of the game being cancelled when it's not an overlap job?
We don't know. Maybe that team in the executives or whoever made the decisions point of view had wasted time. I don't know. And for us to make suppositions that then get turned into headlines that then get offended someone, I'm not going to talk about. I don't know.
Yeah, because we just talked about how much hiring they did. Maybe like they're cutting numbers because of the overhiring. We will never know.
Yeah,
but this game was being in development for 6 years, so pre-COVID, pre all of that. If the 6 years is to be believed, then that was pre-COVID.
One of the things that's talked about a lot with Blizzard is they are way bigger than you would think. Blizzard alone is bigger than all of Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda, and they don't put out very much. So how do you fix their costs? They have a very expensive campus. They have a massive amount of people. Like, one of the things that they were the prestige and they were you're lucky to work here and we pay you like shit, but you're very lucky because we're Blizzard. Like, cutting there was one thing I always thought they would end up doing, because there's so many people and there's not a lot of content, and that's what Microsoft wants now. They want the most content they can get at the best price. And as great as having your own moderation teams and all this stuff is going to be for us, if you can get it way cheaper and it's just good enough, then in corporate, that's the best. Because now we get rid of all this internal customer support. We pay some people dog shit money to do it, and it's all part of these massive cuts to make numbers go up.
Numbers go up. I know, but when you're a video game publisher and your reception, your perception, your reputation is, oh, you got no games. Like, you'd think having teams within a prestigious studio like Blizzard, you would be doing everything you can to keep them and have them making games for your subscription service that requires content. Do you know what I mean? Like, that, to me, that's that situation where maybe you just bite the bullet and go, no, there's some talent here, let's keep it. As opposed to numbers go up.
But they're so big that they fired a tiny percentage of it all in the long run.
But it's not like they didn't know what they were buying size-wise. It's not like they didn't know.
It grew a lot from 2022 to 2023. It went from 13,000 to 17,000.
Yeah. And that's the problem with not knowing exactly what was cut and in terms of dev talent, overlap, QA.
He's so excited on these firings. My
celebrating
God.
layoffs.
QA.
But it's a situation where when they were originally going for it, the last report had been 9,800 people. And then by the time it closed, it was, according to Bobby K, 17,000. Like at that point, and we don't know what they saw. It's been like, 2-3 months or something since it closed. We don't know what they saw.
Doubling. That's almost doubling in size during a merger process. That is crazy.
It's the hardest thing is we don't know why or who. We don't have enough information to properly answer any of it. And so it can be extremely frustrating in the abstract, but we can't explain it and we can't understand it. And it makes it harder to directly condemn. So I condemn the system, but I don't know why any of this happened. And sometimes people just have to say it's okay that we don't know. We hate it, but we don't know why it happened, but we hate what happened.
Unfortunately, unfounded conjecture can often harm more than it can educate. So,
and that is what pushes.
At some point just be like,
a lot of people who are they work at pizzerias and they have regular day jobs. They're a janitor somewhere, and then they come home and they get in their home office and they do a podcast and they try to sound like they know everything, and it dominates conversation half the time.
So yeah, What more can we say, my man? What more can we say? We don't know. We've also heard that they're shutting down some of the teams that bring Xbox games to retail. Now,
so wasn't there a mix-up? Wasn't there a little bit of a mix-up there? Like, didn't Jez clarify later that it's not that they're shutting down everything that releases physical? They were consolidating a lot of that into probably something smaller because,
Well, they'll have all of Activision's stuff. They'll have all of Bethesda's, and they'll have all of theirs. And if you make one, maybe don't know. Maybe they made one team out of it, like something like that, instead of 3.
Yeah. And Brit saying Jez messed up jumps. Yeah, I was about to say I don't think Jez messed up. Jez does what I do. He tweets before he thinks sometimes, or drunk tweets, or like me, half asleep tweets. We need to stop doing that because Jez knows the information, and I think he was more alluding to a consolidation of that space as opposed to, that's it, physical's being cut. Having said that, let's be real, Microsoft is heading towards getting rid of physical. Let's be real. That's from the moment Microsoft effectively pioneered a digital marketplace with the Xbox 360, and they did. People forget that the 360 was pre-iPhone and pre-App Store. People forget
pre-Twitter.
Pre-Twitter and pre-Steam. Because back then with Steam, you were still putting a disc in and attaching the game to your account. Back in 2005. I don't think Steam as a digital marketplace was fully established by 2005. I don't think, but I stand to be correct.
People really hated Steam for a long time until
Yes.
If memory serves, it was the early 2010s. I think it started getting better. Their new.
No.
Sucks. Was it late 2000s?
The Steam we know now was closer to not too far after 2005, not too long after. But when Microsoft pioneered the digital marketplace... Why do people think
I'm janitor bashing? I'm not. I'm just saying it's people who have regular day jobs that are great for society, but they don't know the industry because they've never worked in it. It's just a bunch of us guessing, and from things we've seen or heard other people that actually do know, and then we just kind of regurgitate it with our own takes. It's not bashing. It's just saying, if you've never worked in gaming or even game coverage, but then you get a successful homebrew podcast called the XboxEra Podcast with 3 people who have never worked in games coverage before. We're not experts. We just try to sound like
That's why we're not going to talk about it, apart from Nick will talk about it.
I know people are joking.
Yeah, see, Britt says Jez did clarify within a few minutes, but everyone went with the original tweet. And that's right, because the original tweet is what creates the headlines.
Suicide Squad previews. Excuse me.
Yeah, so we went off again. So back when Microsoft pioneered the digital marketplace in 2005, this is where the path inevitably was going to lead. Like, we're kind of back in an Xbox One situation where Microsoft knows we're going to be all digital in 10, 15, 20 years.
Adorably all
we're going to be
digital.
all digital. Adorably all digital. So cutely digital. So they're doing the thing where everyone hates them for it and they're getting ahead of the game. Just like they did with Xbox One and all that sort of stuff. Do you really not think Sony's not going to be all digital eventually?
They had
Even
the first...
Nintendo.
Sony had the first console, major console, not smaller console. The new PS5 Slim is only digital. And then you can add a disk drive onto it. They're getting ready for it too.
Like, Sony will go all digital eventually. Obviously, Nintendo and Sony will be much later than Xbox because they still have the physical sales.
Nintendo's
to justify.
big on physical.
They will go digital eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually. They'll be the last. They will probably be the last to go all digital, but they will eventually.
We'll run out of the materials, the rare earth minerals needed to make their carts.
Yeah. But, you know, this is that same thing. Microsoft is the big bad that takes the hits at the start when everyone else eventually follows anyway. It's that thing. Like, and it sucks because we've said this before. You even though the gaming is predominantly online, you still need a physical presence in stores for casuals and for regular folk that aren't hardcore gamers. If mums and dads aren't walking into stores and seeing Xbox sections, as far as they're concerned, Xbox doesn't exist anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, you still need, and I get it, a lot of places are just replacing the games with actual digital cards of games. I see that in EBs, I see that in all sorts of stores. Yeah. But it's one of those things where I feel like it creates a spiral, like a downward spiral.
My maths teacher used to say that to me in year 11. You're on a downward spiral.
Yeah.
Sorry, miss. And with Nick, we're always in a circle as we hear the same points over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That's how we get 4-hour shows.
That's how we. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Just ordinary man. Did you see that TikTok? How funny was that TikTok? Did you see it?
Can we pause for a second and give an absolutely massive shout out to Creaky Legs for his epic
They've been very good. They've been very good. I have been
dying at some of his TikTok work. Like the one where someone was like, you have to buy Nick 2 games, and I'm like,
2 games.
It's like zooming in, all these voices are whispering to me.
What about the one with Jesse's name
incredibly
again?
Long
that
name.
Was like a thesis, and then I'm like, my face is it's just zooming in on my face, and like,
if you're on TikTok,
my God.
If you're listening to this podcast, if you're watching us right now, you can go follow the XboxEra TikTok, or you can view them as YouTube shorts on the channel here. So
no one's complained about the shorts. Thank you. We used to get a lot of people mad that we put shorts up. I'm like, please, Jesus Christ.
But big shout out to Creaky Legs because they are.
But the normal men one's the best one. What you mean, just normal men?
Just
that one. That one was the best. That was so good.
I love that game.
But yes, digital. I mean, the three of us have all been I've been digital on PlayStation and Xbox for the better part of a decade.
Same.
I haven't bought a game in like 2.5 years.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. You know, my extremely good friend Dimitraki MVG instantly replied to me on Twitter saying, "When that happens, I'm out." And I get that from Dim. I totally, because the reason I understand people being so apprehensive about a digital world in gaming is, even though technically the licensing agreements say we don't own any of our stuff anyway, once it's all digital, we really don't own any of our stuff, like, at all. So I totally understand the apprehension. I also get it from the perspective of, why the fuck are digital games so expensive when they should actually be cheaper than physical? So I get that too. Having said that, stop giving in to FOMO. Stop giving in to FOMO. Games go on sale all the time, even Nintendo's. Just don't give in to the FOMO, and you can get your digital games cheaper. what I would hope, and Dim was like, yeah, good luck with that. Again, I totally agree with him. But what I would hope, and this is me living in a fantasy land that will probably never happen now, to alleviate some of the fears people have about an all-digital future, what I would hope is that maybe, and it's not going to come from Sony, and Nintendo, this is why you can't lose Microsoft from gaming. What I hope is that Microsoft will try and pioneer a digital marketplace that emulates the physical marketplace as much as possible. Find a way to give us digital trade-ins. Find a way to let me sell the license for this game I don't want to my buddy John, who maybe does prefer this genre of game, and maybe John can buy it off me at a discounted rate. Yeah. I would hope that our digital marketplace can evolve to a point where maybe we can have that sort of stuff and people are less afraid of an all-digital future. Now, again, like Dim said to me, yeah, good luck with that. He's probably right. That's just me saying, hopefully. I do love the sound of my own voice, Jesse. I totally
pulls
agree
up in
with
the
you.
chat, anyone watching live.
I am going to vote most anyone has ever loved something.
Yeah, it's in the lead by quite a bit.
You're right. I mean, personally, for me, I don't value owning my games in the same way that, like, even you do, Nick. Like, even from a digital perspective, you want to own the thing in your, so you'll always buy them on sale and stuff like that.
I hoard digitally.
I can play once and never touch it again. Still absolutely love that game. I don't need to own it. I don't care. Like, that's just me. It's just,
I like owning.
I totally get all the different points of view. But look, when 80% of the market starts to go digital, at some point,
I understand why Microsoft's going to do it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft is like 90-95% digital. I would not be surprised in the least. So I get why they're doing it. Does it suck ultimately? Yeah, even as someone who doesn't give a shit about digital. It sucks because a lot of people love physical. They love having that spine on their shelf. They just love having it there, and I get that. I used to be the same.
Matt Piscatella put up a tweet that people kept getting wrong. He put up a tweet saying for Microsoft's distribution on physical goods, that software is only 10% of all of their physical sales, whereas Nintendo is like more like half. It's like so accessories, consoles are like 90%. Everything, headphones, like everything not actual games. Actual games for them are teeny tiny in the US.
And Game Pass just accelerates that. Like, you got to remember, they're the ones with Game Pass. So, of course, they're going to be more all in on digital as well. Like, it's not about right, wrong, good, bad. Everyone's going to have a different perception of it. Me, I'm all digital. So, it's whatever. Okay? Nothing changes for me. For me, nothing changes. But it sucks for people that still buy physical on their preferred platform as Xbox. Well, look,
I can empathize.
Unfortunately, it's inevitable. Unfortunately. Wasn't today. It wasn't today, Gaz. Gaz is in the chat.
Oh, yeah, his show's finished.
Yes, I talked about Gaz being on, told him to jump on for episode 200, and now he's like, I thought you told me to be on today. It wasn't today, dude.
He wants to get all saucy. I don't want a 5-hour podcast. We've literally just finished talking about all the drama. We've got one community question on this particular topic from 99 Rukan.
Are we gonna ask that now?
Just that one, yeah.
Where is it?
Here, it's up on screen. You'll see it in 8 seconds.
Yeah, let me find it in the thread. Where the hell is it? Oh, there. Hello, everyone. 99 Rukan. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great day. First, I'd like to say it. What happened to Activision sucks. What happened to Activision sucks. I hope everyone gets back on their feet. The reason I say this is because I have a question I wanted to ask for a couple of days before this news broke out. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but would be nice to hear an opinion on. My question today is, should Microsoft target Palworld devs Pocket Pair because it could be the next Minecraft Fortnite before they get big or something else buys them, like Epic or Tencent?
No.
I have a very different opinion on this to most people. I find this happens a lot. As soon as a game blows up, everyone's like, Microsoft, buy them. Everyone's like, Microsoft, buy them. It's like, just ease up, pump the brakes a little bit. Microsoft doesn't just have to buy everything that blows up because it blows up. Like, I didn't see anyone saying when Baldur's Gate 3 was blowing up and it was a de facto PlayStation exclusive, I didn't see everyone going, Sony, buy Larian. Buy them. Buy Larian. So I don't know why everyone does the same with Microsoft.
I think, unfortunately, Microsoft fans, it's because we don't actually get games. We just get companies that might make games in the future. That's all we can look forward to. I think personally, I've seen already people have completely finished the early access version of Palworld. They've got all the achievements. I kind of am like, is this just a flash in the pan? A little bit. It's early days. It's
not
early
at
days.
8-9 million sales. I don't think you're a flash in the pan when you're selling Nintendo numbers. I don't think it's flash in the pan.
I'm curious to see how high it will be on the most played lists.
But in a situation like this, they did the thing you should, which is they got a Game Pass deal ahead of time. They saw, hey, this is going to be good for Game Pass. They obviously didn't probably have any idea it would be this, but this is the you can't acquire everyone, but you can get a ton of Game Pass deals. And you should focus on that.
To me, that's what you do. So if you know, because people were saying Sony doesn't have an early access program. I thought they did now.
They don't have the same.
Used to.
You can have early access games on PlayStation. They just don't have the game preview program that people can use, where it's a lot easier to get in with Xbox.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, Sony has had stuff in early access.
I think they had Temtem in early access. I think it's just there's not
Temtem was.
I don't think they have a bespoke early access system that makes it easier.
Oh, okay. Because to me, that's the smarter thing Microsoft should do. Rather than just buy all this stuff, do a Game Pass deal for something that's like a default console exclusive, like Palworld, like Roblox, Roblox is free to play anyway, but you know what I mean. Because that's a lot cheaper, and you're ultimately getting the same effect. I saw people in the chat going, "Oh, we want them to acquire everyone so we can get it all in Game Pass." Palworld's in Game Pass without acquiring Pocket Pair. Yeah. Palworld's there in Game Pass.
They've spent their money. They've got the benefit.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people are forgetting about Palworld. Now, we obviously don't know how much money they got for Palworld to be in Game Pass, but I would wager, given the size of that team, I would wager that the money they got to be in Game Pass probably, at a guess, was probably enough to cover some of the development costs to make them comfortable enough, combined with all the sales they're making on Steam alone. I'd say they're probably doing pretty well now as a small team. They got money from Xbox already for being on Game Pass. Plus they're getting whatever potential sales on Xbox, because there'll be people buying it, no doubt. Probably not in massive numbers, but there'll be people buying it. And they're getting all those Steam sales. Man, I don't think they want to be acquired. They're making money hand over fist right now.
Yeah, you don't get acquired when you're making tons of money. You get acquired when you've really raised the value. We're back to capitalism, folk. Shareholders and getting your money's worth and getting your gold parachute. When you get acquired.
Hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully they don't go public. Surely not.
Oh dear. But there you go.
Hopefully not. But yeah. So what else is there? We talked about the physical stuff versus digital. What else?
Yeah.
Anything?
Was that?
No,
Is that all of it? Is that all of it covered?
That's it.
And everyone wondering, there is a Rumourmill today, if they're wondering.
Oh, there is a Rumourmill. There is a Rumourmill. 2.5 hours in thus far. Don't forget to hit that like button, please.
And
chaps,
by the way,
folks.
there's 15 community questions, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, it's more. It's more.
No, it's 15 because there's the it says 18, but it's your first post and the close. Both give a number 2.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
And we did
if that's, I think that's all the news, isn't it?
That's pretty much all the news. It's pretty much all the news. We've got next week. We've got a Persona 3 Reload review coming our way. We've got we've got we're
There's going to be a lot.
I look for
didn't.
When does Skull and Bones come out? When's that?
They just announced an open beta
I
from
saw.
a few days before launch. It launches like the 12th or 13th or something. So I can give you stuff I didn't think to actually fill this section in. Starting Monday, as it's a global launch, so we should be able to take a quick flight over to New Zealand on Sunday night. And I'll be there for Monday morning because I will be doing, 14-hour streams on Suicide Squad to do a quick review. And by quick, it's probably gonna be like fucking 30, 40 hours in 3 days or something. So I'll stream all of it or most of it. We'll see. But yeah, so the full on Suicide Squad. Yep, I'll be there. If Grub's still around, it's got full on crossplay. So we'll play. I'll be playing a lot of Suicide Squad on here. Get a review out first and try and get views.
So happy! I'm so happy he's in the chat.
So Suicide Squad. We'll have a Banishers Ghosts of New Eden review. The game Nick leaked. I'm working on that one.
No. No. Let me correct.
Teased.
I didn't leak Banishers.
Yes.
When I was speaking to the person telling me about Banishers, he and I agreed we'll just tease.
You did emojis.
No one. Yeah. It hadn't been announced. So I did emojis that related to Banishers.
Mm-hmm. That couldn't give it away.
No one was going to know. That's right. It's impossible that anyone could have known because the game didn't exist. No one knew it existed. Then, when it was announced at the Game Awards,
you went tee-hee.
I referred back to the emojis. I went, this was Banishers. Game looks.
They put out a new trailer. It's kind of like it's Dontnod's. It looks like Dontnod's narrative stylings mixed with a more an
action
God
RPG,
of War, but that camera angle and approach
sort of God of War, kind of God of War.
It kind of looks like that at first glance. Yeah.
Yes, it on the surface it looks like a God of War action RPG style blended with Dontnod's narrative driven.
Kind of one of the things I always wanted from them because I really like their narrative games, but playing them could be a bit of a slog just because of how it really was just walk to point, look for things to click on. But having it be like an action RPG is a cool concept. So we'll have that one. Persona 3 load.
Don't forget, Dontnod has done an action game before. Joe Sinister is reminding us in the chat. Remember Me, wasn't it? Remember Me?
It was pretty good.
Was that Dontnod as well? Or am I misunderstanding?
I think that was their first game. Was it?
Joe?
Oh, no.
Can you remind us? Was Dontnod Remember Me? I know it was Capcom that published it.
Yeah, Dontnod did Remember Me, but I can't remember if it was their first game.
Oh, I don't know if
June
it was their first game.
it was June 2013. Never mind.
Yeah.
But that's when they were Dontnod one word. Now they're Dontnod 2 words.
Nod.
Yeah. And they did
I think that's backwards compatible.
I didn't like Vampires.
Remember Me? But
I didn't like the gameplay in Vampire very much, but it was neat overall. It was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a cool dev team, and I like some of the stuff they do. So, I'm keen to see that. What else? Have we got anything else you wanted to mention?
Yes, I don't remember what the hell they are. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm going to open Excel. Hopefully, it doesn't break anything.
Plans are afoot for episode 200. Lots of things are cooking. We're gonna have some cool surprises, and one thing that I ruined
one surprise. Gaz is going to jump on.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to tease as the cameras are down. Oh, we're back. One thing I'm going to tease now.
Break stuff.
I'm gonna let people know now. Pay attention. With the backlog of books this weekend, in fact tomorrow, I have time set aside. Taking a full count of what we've got left over from the celebrating of 20 years of Xbox book. I've got some additional deliveries I've got to make, but we are going to offer, for those that missed out, exclusively first come, first served to Patreon members first as a thank you for your support. So if you're a Patreon member, you'll get a first crack at the books being available. And when they're gone, they're gone. After that, if everyone on the Patreon is satisfied, then we'll look elsewhere. It's a little bit easier for us to make that something to kind of say thank you to you guys. So heads up. And that goes to YouTube members as well. So we'll find a way somehow to
Remember,
Community
oh,
post.
that's sad. Remember Me's not backwards compatible. Sorry, I was wrong. Remember Me's not backwards compatible, but you can still buy it on 360, 30 Australian dollars. Holy shit! Why wouldn't that be backwards compatible? It's Capcom and Dontnod. Maybe that was one of the technical ones
Who knows?
that had
Who knows?
technical issues.
Anyways,
I never played it. Game looks cool.
Jesse, you were going to say?
The only other thing I can think of is Tomb Raider 1 to 3 remaster. We should be
Nice.
getting that.
Cool. All right. Well, in that case, remember, there is a Rumourmill. It's going to be time for a name again. But whilst the intro's playing, I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you.
I hit the button. And we're back.
It's name a game, and John's not here. Yes,
And he really
name
wanted
a
you to
game.
know he needs to piss.
The game where we take the name of a game, change the words. What? Why are you making that face?
It took
for?
forever for the friggin' scoreboard to come up. It's been weird.
Oh, right, yes, and we need the buzzing. Yeah, yes, we take the name of a game, we change the words using synonyms, and John and I have to guess. And most of the time, we are quite bad at it. And
There
we
it goes.
play for patrons. We play on behalf of patrons who then can reach out to Jesse, or Jesse may reach out to them, and offer game codes from a list of games. So, as some of our
Small
patrons
games.
have discovered, you don't just get to pick the game, as I have had patrons go, hey, can I have Alan Wake 2? I'm like, that's not quite how this works. Like, you just don't get to pick a game and get that game. We have a list of games, and it's quite an extensive list. This week, I am playing for Zip, and John is playing for Addy. So, Zip and Addy, I don't know if you guys ever watch the show. You're patrons, so I assume you watch
Or listen.
semi-frequently or infrequently or listen. We are playing for you, so hopefully I can win so that Zip can get a game code. John has a little bit of a lead on me at the moment, but that's okay. I can recover. I recovered last year, so
Yeah, you can. You probably
we'll see
will.
how we go.
You're usually more on form than I am.
You're usually a moron, is what he was trying to say.
So, what is this week's theme / category?
Anti-Nick games.
Ooh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Thanks for the advantage.
These are games that Nick just would not like.
It's a lot of games.
I mean, to be
It covers
fair,
most games.
you've got a pretty good memory though, so I think you'd still figure some of these out. But
That covers most games that
Mm.
exist,
Number 1,
I reckon.
as we go, is 3 words. Those words being living is weird. Sick.
life is strange.
Correct.
Jesus.
Damn, that was
I didn't
fast.
get a chance.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I was like rearranging all my windows and stuff and I wasn't even on the buzz page and bang.
It was really funny that this was the first one because it just got brought up because of Dontnod.
Hmm.
All right. Number 2, with Sick in the lead 1-0 and the scoreboard not wanting to update. Let me try and make it update. Scoreboard's been annoying lately. There it goes. Now it should be updated. But I have to open it every time to update it. Pain in the dick. Number 2 is Killer's Vow. Long Journey. Long-journey. Sick.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Correct.
Yep.
Wow. It's
How come
it's
you're
crazy.
not putting these in the private chat? How come you're
It's a
not putting
pain
these
in the
private
dick
chat?
to put them in the private chat. I have to jump around 15 windows just to make it show up on the friggin' podcast.
Fine. Well,
If
then
they're
don't do
super-
any ridiculously long ones then.
Too late. They're coming now. God damn. And I've got to open the scoreboard and close it again to get it to show up. Fucking
I
scoreboard
love
piece of
it.
shit. Come on, scoreboard. Come on, scoreboard. There it goes. Jesus Christ. All right. Number 3 is Not mapped for a rapscallion's finish. Nick,
Uncharted 4, A Thief's End.
correct?
Nice.
I bought that game. You say it's not a Nick game. I bought it and platinumed it.
Yeah, but you were very mad at it. You were very mad.
Oh, I did not enjoy the pacing of that game.
Yeah, not
But,
an anti-Nick game because of its pacing.
Mm.
All you have ever done is complain to me about that game's pacing.
They nailed everything and ruined it all with the pacing. They got everything else right and destroyed it with the pacing. Destroyed it.
All right, everything's set. Either for a win for John or a tie for Nick. We have
Okay.
Removers, Spectres of Fresh Paradise.
Oh,
Fucking scoreboard, show up. Thank you.
shit.
John.
Removers.
John,
Spectres
come
of what?
on. Removers, Spectres
Oh.
of Fresh Paradise. I'm annoyed at this one.
I know the second part. I don't know the first part.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, as in I can't think of it. I know
Yes, you
I know
can.
the subtitle.
We just
I know
talked
the
about it.
subtitle.
We just fucking talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Nick,
Yes, sorry.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden.
Correct.
Oh,
I'm like, wait,
Fuck
Ghosts of
me.
New Eden, and then for some reason I went blank on the first name. Oh my god, what's wrong with me?
Everything.
I don't remember names of games that haven't released yet. Like it's not out yet. It's not in my lexicon of knowledge. Sorry.
In my head, I'm like Ghosts of New Eden, and then for some reason I totally went blank on the first part. I
Yeah,
don't know why.
We just talked about it. Okay.
I know. I don't know why I
For-
went blank.
The win is similar to a pull aboard, never-ending capital.
Sorry. Can
Wait,
you post
wait,
that one?
it
in
is
chat?
Wait,
in
is
chat.
that the game? What?
Similar to
Wait,
a
what?
pull aboard, never-ending capital. Similar to a pull-aboard, never-ending capital.
Similar to a pull.
Similar to a
aboard.
pull aboard.
Yeah. Check out it immediately.
What?
It's such an easy one.
Oh,
Sick.
like a dragon, never-ending capital, infinite wealth.
Ah.
Yep, he got it.
Sorry.
If he had given
Hold
a
on,
different
no,
thing,
he didn't.
I was reading it.
No, he
So-
didn't. He didn't.
Nick,
Isn't
don't
it
start.
Yakuza?
No, it's
Isn't
like
it
a
Yakuza?
No, it's not. Like a
It's Like a
dragon is a
Dragon.
separate franchise.
No, Like a Dragon. No, you're both so dumb. Like a Dragon is the same franchise. The studio name
Yes.
is Like a Dragon in Japanese. They have renamed Yakuza to the actual name it was always called in Japan, which is Like a Dragon. This is Like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth. It was only called Yakuza here.
okay.
They didn't call it that there. Same.
Similar
Shit.
to a pull aboard, drag on.
Yeah.
Come on.
What? That works.
It did work. It did work.
Yeah.
It's good.
Both of you trying to be all friggin' yeah. Tut, I say. All right. Hide this one, reset the buzzers, go backwards to the one I skipped for this because it was long and dumb. The next one for funsies is idle-pasture. One word. Idle-pasture.
Oh no!
Start the timer. You clicked. Might as well
I was
try
gonna
and think
say
of it.
I was gonna say Starfield,
That is correct.
and it's not.
Starfield.
That is correct, bro.
Yeah.
Idle.
Star, idle. An idle is a star.
Oh, idle! Oh my god! I was thinking
Pasture.
idle as in IDLE.
Yes,
And
lazy.
I'm like, oh
lazy
no,
field.
it's not. Yeah, I'm like, no, it's not Starfield. Idle. I got that one by accident
Oh dear. That's good.
because I was thinking idle because I'm not looking at the feed, so I'm like, I didn't see it was IDOL.
I put it in private chat.
IDLE. Oh my god! I was just staring at the green buzzer.
All right, next one.
I'm like, oh no, it's not Starfield.
Next one is Dragoons of the Ancient Commonwealth. Now, there is more to the name of this one. Sick.
No, I
Starting the timer. You got 10 seconds to figure it out. Dragoons
of the ancient Commonwealth.
There is a name
Why
before
is he
this.
saying dragoons instead of dragons?
Because
No,
a dragoon
dragoons
is
is
not
soldiers.
a dragon.
Soldiers of the old empire. Knights of the old republic.
You ran out of time.
Am I right though?
You are right.
I buzzed.
It doesn't matter. It's
Knights
over.
of the Old Republic.
You can have a thumb up.
I would not have got that one.
Yeah, I got it. I was like, dragoons, knights, soldiers, ancient. Knight. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
I didn't put Star Wars. I don't care. People can complain if they want.
Yeah, I know.
No one ever says Star Wars. Knights of the Old Republic. All right. Next one for funsies.
Total.
Massive embezzlement transport 4.
Massive
embezzlement transport 4.
A game I wouldn't play.
Yep. You
Massive
fucking hate. You hate this game.
Embezzlement.
You hate this game.
Massive
You despise
embezzlement
it.
transfer. Oh,
Nick.
yeah. Okay. Grand Theft Auto 4. As soon as he goes, you despise it. I'm like, okay, it's Grand Theft Auto 4.
Funnily enough, gameplay is really well on PC. You should get into PC gaming, Nick.
No, I've got it on Series X where it runs at 60 and still feels like molasses-covered shark shit.
And it's so much snappier on PC. I don't know why, but it is. All right, next one is Ancient Circle. Ancient Circle.
I feel like this should be really easy.
It should. Oh, I got ads.
Is it 2 words?
Skipped. 2 words.
Is it
2 words.
It's 2 words, yeah?
Yeah.
It's 2 words.
Mm-hmm. I loved it. Boy, did I love it. One of my favorites of all time.
Ancient Circle. And it's a game I wouldn't play.
One of my top games of all time that I've streamed many times on our channel. It's Nick.
Elden Ring.
Correct.
Nice.
Of course, I get him after I've lost.
Yep. You're pulling a.
I'm
You
still
are
putting
pulling
in
a
the
sick. And the final one, doing it quick because we love finishing fast, is Occupant Slumberer. Occupant Slumberer.
Oh, no. Not Sleeping Dogs.
This is a game.
That's gonna be
You love Sleeping Dogs. This
I like
is a game
Sleeping Dogs.
that was on Game Pass, and its sequel has been announced for Game Pass.
Occupant Slumberer.
Way to go, Britt.
Game
Britt got
I
it first.
wouldn't like. A game I wouldn't like.
Yeah.
Have I
He
even
would
heard
love-
of this game?
Yes, most likely. And you would never play it in a million years.
Occupant.
Somebody said Resident Evil. They don't know you well. You love Resident Evil.
I love Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Also, slumberer isn't evil.
Occupant
Unless you-
Slumberer.
Maybe you're sleeping on top of puppies and
Something to do
suffocating
with
them.
sleeping. Something to do with sleeping. That's why I said Sleeping Dogs, but sleeping is the first word in Sleeping Dog.
come on, Sec.
Come
Come on, Sec. You got a buzz, or give it the points to Nick, and he wins.
Occupant Sleeper. Something
Somehow.
sleep.
Sick.
It's the Cyberpunk one, Citizen Sleeper.
Correct.
I've never heard of that game.
How?
It's cyberpunky, right? I'm sure
Yeah.
it is.
I haven't heard of Citizen Sleeper. What is it?
It's a and I think entirely text-based game. I forget. I never played it.
Oh, okay.
But
I
yeah,
don't know.
there's
I just slumberer, so something to do with sleeping. And I had no idea what the occupant,
Slumberer.
citizen, and occupant. Okay.
it works.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Okay, never heard of that game.
There you go. There's the name of the game. Fun as always.
There
Try
you
to make
go.
it nice
That's
and
it.
fast so people can stop bitching.
Yeah.
I mean, giving good feedback. I meant.
Yeah.
I feel like we should always have music
it's,
playing.
It's one of your absolutely legendary break the internet, cause everybody to make headlines across the globe.
This one's
Rumourmill,
so
isn't
big.
it? This is huge.
As big as John's mohawk.
I love these ones. Yeah.
Don't get excited, people.
My
right.
mohawk is looking pretty gnarly right now. Like,
Don't
Is
get
it-
excited, people.
Is it time to hit the button?
Yeah. yes, hit it, hit it.
Yeah, hit the button.
It has been hit.
The Rumourmill. You've never heard that before. It's the Rumourmill. Things change, we can't be sure. It's the Rumourmill. You know they may not come true. The XboxEra podcast is not responsible for websites presenting these rumors as facts.
People complain.
You've got bright red. The chat have called you out for your bullshit. You've got like a bright fucking beetroot
What
colour.
bullshit? What bullshit? I'm just saying it's funny that people already know. Okay. Rumourmill.
There.
No one's
I've
gonna
confirmed.
like this. I checked in the chat. iFire Monkey's not in the chat. He's not watching. So everyone knows when I mention iFire Monkey, we know what's coming.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
God damn it.
Yeah. Fortnite.
And people complain, but holy shit, these are the biggest ones. They go crazy. I'm sorry.
Like I said, I've been getting DMs about Fortnite for years. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. It's not a new thing. Now, this is interesting because I was given a choice, and I've got to be careful what I say here. Like, the problem with Fortnite is you don't know when Epic is going to do what they're going to do. So, like, I got a DM back in December saying TMNT villains are coming too, and I never said anything, and here we go. There's been a leak where Shredder got shown. So there's Shredder. So I assume that, like, probably a Bebop and a Rocksteady will come at some stage. I don't know. But there was a few there. There was a couple. And it's a weird one because I don't know what to go with here because, again, I don't know the timing of what Epic is going to do. So my person said, you take your pick in which one you want to mention. And I wasn't sure what to go with because I've got a couple here that I can pick from, and I've got to be wary about what I do here. So I guess the one I'll mention, and I don't see this one coming anytime soon, is I've been told that at some point we're going to see Jack Sparrow.
As in
In
Pirates of the
Fortnite?
Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack Sparrow?
Is he not already in it at this
No.
point? I'm just
he's
confusing it with like Sea of Thieves or something like video.
He was
game
also
Jack
in
Sparrow.
Disney Infinity and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But at some stage, we're going to see Jack Sparrow in there. That's what I've been told.
At least you have. Heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of Jack. I've seen those
Hello,
movies.
Pop It.
I was making a joke from the film. Ah, but
I am
you have
curious.
heard of me.
I am curious which way they'd go on Jack Sparrow. Like, do they go Depp's likeness, or do they do what they did with Iron Man, where they didn't use Robert Downey Jr.'s likeness, but with Tom Holland, they had Tom Holland in there as Spider-Man. So I am curious which way they're going to go on Jack Sparrow, because the Marvel characters didn't use likenesses from the movies.
Mm.
So I am curious. Like, look, I'm going to say, like, there was one I really wanted to go with here, but I just wasn't sure of the timing. So I'm probably going to regret not going with this one. But anyway, I'll go with Jack Sparrow.
There you go.
I'll go with Jack Sparrow. So that's
Other
I've heard
characters
that,
from Pirates, or just Jack Sparrow?
don't know. There's no mention of other characters from Pirates. Just Jack Sparrow. Just Jack Sparrow.
And the chat is demanding wrap it up. They ain't got no patience for your Fortnite leaks, boy.
You have to understand. I adore Fortnite as well. So these are exciting for me too. Like, you guys all know how selfish I am. I don't give a shit about all of you when it comes to this sort of stuff. I care about me as well. I get excited when I hear about Fortnite leaks. I get very excited.
There's the rumor mill. All right, on to community questions.
Yeah.
No, we've got
On
onto
to
community-
thanking our patrons.
That's right. We do have to thank them first.
Yeah,
you
hello.
might- according to popular myth, I hate all of our patrons, but it's not true. Don't believe anybody else.
He only hates certain ones who are blind and have a lot of fun.
We're on to the community questions section of the podcast. If you don't know what that is, dear listener, dear viewer, every week our wonderful community get to ask us questions that we read out
And
live on the podcast.
Look what's back.
Woo!
What's back? What's back?
Thanks to me.
What?
Both of us. I made this look. It's not going to look as good most of the time, but
It's nice. It's nice. I appreciate it.
I gotta fix
because
some of
Jesse
the-
was saying, Yeah, Jesse was saying it'd be very hard for him to
It is.
get the list.
You
out
saw
of it.
how hard it is
and then
to
I
do all the time.
And then I went and did it manually, one by one. And while I was doing it manually, Jesse was working on some sort of script or something that just did it for him. And so
No,
I finished
did it.
and he's like, yeah, I just did it.
Yeah, I did it manually. I told you I was doing it. You just didn't see that before you did it.
Oh,
So you can pull
yeah,
down.
well, I did it manually.
You can pull
too.
down a thing that gives you everyone's name, but it's in a Excel spreadsheet
Yeah.
above. And so when you copy it, they're all up and down. It doesn't work in here. So you have to go in,
But the
delete, make spaces. It's a lot of work.
But the
It's
point
fast to say.
is, Magnum, guessing what might come to Fortnite. I don't guess, man. I don't guess what comes to Fortnite. I get told what is coming to Fortnite. Like,
Don't upset Nick about Fortnite.
it's not guessing. Like, who cares about Jack Sparrow? Why would I want to guess
Why
that?
are you guessing, Nick? Sicken me with
I
your
want to guess
guessing.
the stuff I give a shit about. I'd love Power Stone to come to Fortnite. Can you imagine how cool that would be? They did a deal with Capcom and brought Power Stone to Fortnite. Be the
Probably
best.
pretty nice.
But I'm not going to guess that because I haven't heard that.
I was trying to
haven't been
thank our
told that.
patrons. I was trying to thank our patrons.
Yes.
If-
I love our patrons because I'm the one that fought to bring that thing at the bottom back, the ticker at the bottom. That's how much I love and appreciate our patrons.
It's
You're
true.
gonna do it every
It's
week
true.
to
And
make
if
sure
you
it's
want to
accurate?
if you want to be loved and appreciated by Special Nick, you can head to patreon.com/XboxEra and pledge your support. As a heads up, we are doing a big refresh on everything Patreon wise. We're going to enhance it. It's going to get even better come episode 200 time. You know, maybe there'll be a big announcement. Maybe there'll be a big drive. You know, maybe we want to target hitting 200 patrons for our 200th episode. Maybe this would all be a nice convergence of numbers and ideas. But either way, if you do want to have a community question, this is how to do it.
Yeah.
One bigger idea that we're thinking about doing is having podcast questions, but also community conversations where we have a completely Patreon exclusive episode where you guys can kind of wax lyrical in more long form fashion. But you know, we'll
Similar to
come
how you
back
do
to
now.
Yeah, similar to how you do now.
I
Fantastic.
genuinely love our patrons.
Hearing your own voice. Oh,
I love our patrons. I still can't believe there are patrons that there are some high tier patrons in there.
It's beautiful.
$4,
That's a
$50,
lot of- that's
a bunch of 30s,
that's a lot of
bunch
your-
of 12s. It's
That's
crazy.
a lot of your hard earned to just be giving to us. And I don't
What
see
if some of
any
them
of
are
it.
Nepo babies and they just have a bunch in the bank?
It's still their money that could go somewhere else.
Hmm.
Even if they didn't work for it, it could still go somewhere else and it comes to us. I don't see any of it, which I'm still not entirely pleased about.
What a cute cat.
I kicked mine out. Mine was in the background earlier and I kicked her out. She's not there on the couch anymore because I don't know if she'd last this long in here. But yeah, so again, just want to say thank you to our patrons who have no obligation to give us
I do this the whole
any
show.
money whatsoever, and yet they do. Yeah, that's why I love them
This shows I love people, right?
so much. See?
It shows you're kind of creepy looking at them through binoculars.
Mm.
Hmm?
So anyway, one of the many perks of community questions of being a patron is getting to ask community questions, and there's a lot of them. So we will read them.
There's a lot of them.
They are. There is. There's a lot of them. Okay, so let's go through them. Let me just check something. Hold on.
I'm going to be holding you to that, Assassin Entertainment.
He's
I
still
don't know what that
there.
means, but I'm going to do
He's
it.
still there. Look at that. They're all still there. Jeff's still there with us in the background. Gaz, Tom, they're all still there. That's great.
You're too handsome
when
to
my
look away
buddies-
from.
I like when my buddies listen to us or have us on in the background. I like that. G'day, blokes. Okay. First question. Jesse Brother. Ooh, Charlie Thompson, the new supporter of XboxEra. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks heaps, mate.
We love you guys.
Jesse Brother. Allow me to be one of the first to congratulate you, lousy pandering Xbox, for getting displayed on Prince of Persia's advertising. Oh, I wanted to find that hasn't appeared on my dashboard. I'm waiting for it to appear on my dashboard so I can take a screenshot of it to keep it.
It might not when you
love that
own
sort of
it.
stuff.
I always wondered about that. If you own it, do they
No,
not
I've
bother
seen
direct?
games pop up.
Yeah.
No, I've seen games pop up that I own. It tells me to buy a game I already own. It's done that before.
Ooh. Yeah, they got better.
But I love that stuff. I love seeing us on the.
There was only 3
official
scores, and we were one of them,
advertising like that.
which was really cool.
Yeah.
Ubisoft
Yeah, it's
very
good.
much likes us until John reviews Skull and Bones.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to allow the internet to set a narrative.
Maybe you
based
really
on,
enjoy
Yeah.
it.
You know, I
That's right.
like pirate games, and I liked the gameplay elements of piratical things in Black
Piratical.
Flag.
Is that a word?
Pirat-
Is piratical?
piratical.
Is piratical?
No, I
a word?
messed up the word. It's piratical. Is what I was going to say. But
Okay.
I liked that gameplay element in Black Flag. Now, Ubisoft obviously thought, well, why don't we make a really cool Assassin's Creed action adventure game? And instead, they just took the ship combat mechanic and they came out of it. What? I don't know. Let's
Have
find
you
out.
heard the new
I'll
rumor?
review it.
Okay.
Black Flag,
What's the new rumor?
Black Flag 4 remaster.
Okay.
What do you got against cigarettes,
Do you
Nick?
like being a ship? Oh god, he's gone red again. Is he okay?
It's hot in here.
You okay?
So take off all
Okay.
your clothes. Oh,
Prince of Persia's advertising, and you bastards did it for free.
did
Sorry,
we?
I must have got possessed by Moriarty's ghost of Colin Past. Yeah, I know, all for free. And hey, Suicide Squad's looking good. I don't care what the clickbait gronks will inevitably say about it. I admit, I looked up the Aussie slang meaning of gronk and loved it. It's such a good word. It is such a good word, gronk. It's so good. It's just, there's so much oomph to it. It's so descriptive. It's a very cromulent word.
I love a good cromulent word.
Yeah, it's very
I
cromulent.
don't like Cromwell.
And it's just one of those words that, yeah, it's a fake
Is it-
word.
Do you find
at
it
the s-
embiggens? It embiggens.
Yeah, it does. It
boldest
really,
man.
it really embiggens the meaning behind it. I love it. It's one of those fake words that sounds real, like it should exist. It's
Kamala
so
Khan says
good. And
embiggen.
you full on, you're slandering someone without swearing. It's great. It's so good. It's such a fantastic word, gronk. I'd come up with an actual question, but I'm sure there have been some insanely long tangents by now about coffee, Melbourne, etc. So I'll keep it concise and stop now. You're welcome, Mr. Clark.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks. Okay. Creaky Legs. I'd like to start this off with some levity. TikTok demands it. I demand it. I need content. John and Nick, this is going to be really difficult. Using an American accent, please try to pronounce the following words and try to use them in a sentence as well. Rural and murderer. Now, murderer I could probably do in an American accent. I don't know how I would say rural in an American accent.
Rural.
Can you say it, Jesse, so I can copy?
Rural.
Rural.
Say it?
Rural. Rural.
Rural.
Yeah.
Rural.
It should be rural,
I live in
but I say rural.
Murderer.
murderer. Murderer.
Murderer.
Murderer. You're a
In
murderer.
In rural Wisconsin, there was a murderer.
In rural. In True Detective.
Rural.
In True Detective season 3.
Do a southern accent. It makes it so much easier. I promise.
Mahershala Ali lives in a rural area, in a rural country town. Rural.
You could go full on redneck and live in
the
rural
country town.
suburbs.
Yep. Me and my
Don't
cousin,
become a murderer. Heaven forbid.
we went down to the rural milk bar.
Now, if you want to have a hard one when you're talking about murder or being in the rural areas, you got to do your Boston
I
Yes.
wash
accent.
myself
Yeah.
with a rag
with
on
a rag on a stick.
The southern accent's really fucking easy, dude. But if you're going for a Boston accent where everything says, "Oh, Harvard Park and parking my car in Harvard
Yeah.
Yard," that's bullshit. That's more fucking
Harvard.
Maine. If you're from Southie, dude, you're not talking like that at all, bro. This is how everyone in my
Not
family talks
talking from
because they're all
Boston.
fucking dumbasses. But seriously, I'm just kidding. Hand to God. I'm just
You fucking dumbass.
Dude.
You fucking
It
dumbass.
just reminds me of Bill Burr.
Yeah.
He's
I've been
Boston,
watching.
isn't
I started watching the TED TV show. and they have the Boston accents in that. Man, that's a pretty funny show, Ted. Like, there's a line in that first episode that you're just like, whoa, when they go to high school. Have any of you seen it, Ted?
No, I haven't.
I made a
Wait,
I made
one
a
of the-
concerted effort in my youth to not sound like I'm from Boston because I found it so stupid sounding, and put on
Man.
kind of like guys who talk like
there's
this
a
from New
line.
York. You'd only do
New
that
York.
if you're fucking
Boy,
mook.
the
You know what I'm talking? Hey, oh, and like no one
There's-
really talks like that.
Ayo.
But
From
the main
Analyze This. Ayo.
Yeah, one of the main things with accents is also knowing the colloquialisms, the local dialect, and the way
Yes.
people talk. And like the hand of God, dude, for Boston people. And dumb
Hand of
shit.
God.
That's
Yeah,
that's
Boston.
straight away.
Dude, hand of God.
Yeah, yeah.
No fucking kidding. Dude, seriously. Dude and hand of God.
There's a line in Ted where they force Ted to go to high school with John, and they're walking in with their backpacks, right? And Ted's complaining about having to wear the backpacks and shit like that. And he goes, "We look like a couple of suicide bombers that are changing their minds, that are having second thoughts." And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. How is
Sounds
this a
like a
line
Seth
in the show?
MacFarlane joke.
Oh man, I was like, whoa, it's full on, but it is quite funny.
I've tried watching
I'll have to
Carlin
check it
with my wife, and she's like, I can't do this. I can't. It's too much. I'm like, yeah. He's real funny, but it was a lot. It was a different time.
Oh dear.
Boston.
Gronk is not an insult in
Gronk.
Boston. It's the Rob Gronkowski, tight end for the New England Patriots, one of the best ever. People will love it. If you say Gronk, they'll be like, we love
Oh,
Gronk.
Gronkowski. Yeah, Gronkowski's an NFL player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big, dumb, talented
In
guy.
Australia. Yeah, in Australia, Gronk is an actual term of derision. Okay. Shady Pines Thief. The ultimate thrower of shade, apparently. With Sega locking the New Game Plus mode for the latest Like a Dragon behind a $15 paywall, are we entering a new generation of microtransaction hell? I sincerely thought we'd move past this Project $10 bullshit and into a comparatively harmless era of overpriced cosmetics. Is this a one-off, or are we going to see more of this stuff on the way? Did you see how I Bostonized harmless? Harmless.
Harmless.
Is that right?
Harmless. Yeah,
Harmless.
sometimes you don't say the hard
Harmless.
R's. No hard R's. Never. do.
Harmless. Yeah.
Let's move on, bro.
Yes, that was a weird one. That New Game Plus is locked behind a paywall. But is it just New Game Plus, or is it a
New
bunch
Game
of
Plus
stuff?
and
with a
some
bunch of
the
other
best
stuff?
weapons that you can't get, you can't unlock in normal play.
You have to buy them.
Unless
And you
you
can buy
spend-
them
I-
later, but you have to buy them.
I feel like Sega may sort of find out that they probably shouldn't have done that. This feels like one of those moments where it won't go, oh, everyone should lock New Game Plus behind a paywall. This feels more like you're going to learn that you probably shouldn't have done that.
But it hasn't blown up yet.
I feel.
Like the initial coverage of the game is still just
No.
extremely positive. So I'm curious, does this ever become a
Yes.
thing?
Highest rated Yakuza game, isn't it?
I think a lot of it
Highest
will be.
rated?
It's extremely long, so most people will never even get to New Game Plus. They'll never even think about it because the games are so long. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah, I
highest
know,
rated.
but that doesn't make what they're doing any better.
No,
Like,
it just
it's
means
still
less people are
wrong.
going to
And it-
realize because we're still only so many of us that will actually know it's a thing.
Yeah, I know, but that's still pretty bad to lock New Game. Like, I feel like New
Yeah, but
Game
you need
Plus
you
should be
need the
standard.
community outrage to make it a big deal because it sucks. But if enough people don't know about it and make it a big, like the people in charge of the initial talk about the game, who are us who got to review it and play it early, it really wasn't mentioned often. So I don't think most casual people will ever know.
Yeah, but you don't want this to become a normal thing.
Nope.
Like I feel like that should be standard. Like, again, I'm not a developer, so I don't know how difficult it is to implement New Game Plus. It must be somewhat difficult, given not many games launch with it, and they get it later.
Hold on.
Like, I was surprised that Prince of Persia didn't have it.
No, let me redo the Patreon thing.
I was kind of shocked. Because I understand it would break the game to an extent, not break it as in break it, not work break it, but break it as in you'd be so powerful you just breeze through it in 2 seconds. But it's like, okay, so that's fine. Be fun.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to just have all the cool abilities from the start and just go everywhere wherever you want. That's okay. You've bought the game, so what's the big deal?
Your choice, yeah. Play how you like.
There, play how you like. You've paid for our game. That's fine. Play however you want to play. I don't know. I hope Steve's right. I hope this doesn't. I hope Sega learns. No, we shouldn't have done this, and no one else follows suit because that would kind of suck.
Yes.
Even I wouldn't pay for something like that. Even me.
Assassin
I'm a whale for
Entertainment,
this
you
shit.
are on that scroll. So are Hugh and Mort now.
Weren't they on there?
I don't know. I added them again, so maybe they'll be up twice.
They were in the one that I sent you.
I don't know.
Okay. Yes, I hope that doesn't become the norm. 99 Ruken. Oh, we did 99 Rukens. Sorry. We did 99 Rukens.
We did.
Hugh. With the new Xbox controller rumored to release in May, as confirmed by me via Tom Warren, why do you think Xbox still seems reluctant to include gyro support? The leak only says accelerometer. If we take a look at their competition, all of them now have gyro. PlayStation since 2011 with the Vita, Nintendo since 2009 with Wii Motion Plus, Steam and Nvidia since 2015 with their respective controllers, Apple since 2010 with the iPhone 4, Amazon since 2020 with Luna. Even Nokia's new GC5000 controller, ironically owned by Microsoft. What? It's owned by Microsoft. Has gyro.
Nokia was, but Nokia kind of rebought themselves and have their brand name back. So
Yeah, but is he talking about the controller or Nokia?
Nokia would not be owned by Microsoft anymore, I don't believe.
Yeah.
No,
They
that's
were.
right. They haven't been owned by Microsoft for a long time. So that's why I'm like, is he talking about the controller?
No
Oh,
idea.
yeah, look at it. I have never seen it before. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Wow, look at that.
I mean,
Interesting.
it's great to say that all of these places have gyro, and I remember it being a conversation somewhat in the late PS4 gen, but I don't recall anyone I know of anecdotally, and I haven't seen any discussion about playing with gyro with online shooters. In
Drove me
forever.
insane with Tears of the Kingdom. I had to turn it off.
So
It
maybe
can,
Microsoft are
it
just
can
like,
work well.
whatever.
It can work well. Like I've used it before. It can work really well when implemented properly. I don't know. I assume this new controller will be gyro and will be haptics. For me, haptics are a big one. My favorite use of gyro is on the PlayStation controllers, where they allow you to input text using gyro. I really like how that works on PS4 and PS5. I rarely use it in games for aiming. I just can't break my brain away from using the sticks. I just can't.
Yeah.
So that's not a me saying gyro is bad. Kind of like mouse and keyboard, gyro is considered superior to analog sticks. I can't break away from the sticks. I'm just too comfortable with it.
There is one thing
but
any controller needs, and it is Hall effect joysticks. Never having drift, being able to set your dead zone at 0. I cannot use a controller for shooters because, like, setting it to 0 for both, the moment you move a millimeter, it's moving, and it never drifts, and it's just like, yeah, that is the most important thing. Haptics cool, other stuff cool, but this is actually massively changes how you can play.
But again, right now, Sony and Nintendo have gyro and haptics. If Microsoft joins in, then most games will implement all that stuff and implement it well because they have incentive to, because all 3 manufacturers have it.
Yeah.
Plus
there
some
is that.
third parties. So I'd like them to. And haptics are incredible. When they're done properly, they are so good. Like, they are genuinely immersive, in my opinion, when done properly. Like, I mean, nothing will ever touch Astro. I don't think any other game will ever implement haptics as well as Astro has on PS5. Like, it still freaks me out to this day when you play Astro and you're in those ice levels, and it feels like ice. I don't know how they're doing it. It feels like you're skating on ice. It's unbelievable the way they do it. But yes, I agree. I hope they do. Let me finish the rest of the question because we
Yeah,
got off
that's the whole
tangent with
point.
Nokia's
Yes, you got on a
GC
tangent.
5000. As Xbox have been often known as the shooter box for years, it seems insane they don't offer gyro aiming. Many of their biggest titles, such as Doom and Overwatch, offer gyro aiming on PC, and COD even supports gyro aiming on PlayStation and PC. It personally feels like Xbox are holding back gyro being implemented into further games. I agree.
Which is literally what you just said. So
Yep, I agree. 100% agree with you. They should. Get with the fucking times. Look, yeah, Xbox controllers are great. Layout's great. Ergonomics are great. Get some features in there now. Come on. Come on, Xbox. Come on, Phil. Come on, mate. Okay. Next question. Hytham G. So what is your take of Paramount and Max merging as one, as Paramount Max, since David Zaslav is ruining Warner Media, and I'm not sure if the head of Paramount ruined his own studio if he did, but how do you gents feel about it anyway? P.S. If there was a character you hate that annoys you a lot, who do you want to throw someone off a cliff? In reference from Tekken by Mishimas.
Nick,
How do we feel about Paramount? I didn't know Paramount and Max were merging.
it's a rumor. They talked.
It's a rumor. How do I feel about it? I don't care. Whatever.
I'm not sure.
Like I literally,
I'm not
I
sure.
can't comment. I don't have any feelings about it.
Yeah.
But I can tell you if I could throw someone off a cliff. See you later, ex-wife.
I don't know. I mean,
She's
there's someone I
100%
would
bringing
throw
this to
off.
court now. This clip.
In a
Murder.
gaming from a gaming world perspective, because this is a gaming podcast and they're mentioning
You'll never
Tekken.
say
From
what
a
I know you
gaming-
want to say.
Yeah, I will not mention by name the person, and I'm not going to sneeze and pretend to say their name. I'm not going to name
Scrandal
the person.
Boar.
Then I'm not going to name the person who I would throw off a cliff. Most people could probably figure it out.
It's worth
Our patrons
interrupting
and
you.
janitors, according to Mortain in the chat.
Sorry.
Good morning,
Patrons
Top.
and janitors.
Executive producer Top says good morning. Hello,
Good
Top.
morning, executive producer Tom.
G'day. But yes, there is someone I would definitely throw off a cliff. Certain Gronk that I would throw off a cliff, but I'm not going to name them because that's probably would be
So
perceived as
mean
a
to talk about
threat
Gaz that way.
on their life. It would probably be seen as a threat on their life, which it's not.
But then they'd see how skinny you are with your chicken legs, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm not in trouble."
I have chicken legs. I do. I inherited chicken legs from my mother, but I'm still a fairly strongish person. 5 days a week at the gym will do that. But yeah. Who would you throw off a cliff, Jesse? I want to call you Jeffy.
Much like you, I don't think I think I'm going to not say who I would
Name them publicly.
because I mean I said Nick
So it can't-
twice, but I already
The
messed
good
that
news
up.
is I have two ex-wives, so
Oh,
take it. You
Don't
know,
know
which
which
one do I
one.
mean?
That's
Which
right.
one do I mean?
how about? Oh, I got one.
Is that good?
My wife's ex, but he has nothing to do with gaming. So,
Okay. Yeah. Mine.
oh,
people
Bobby
can figure out
Kotick.
mine.
Go on.
Yeah.
Before we can buy anyone else,
Okay.
allegedly.
Allegedly. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to end up saying allegedly in real life
Yeah, I do it all the time.
because I say it so much now that I'm going to end up always saying allegedly, and people are going to be like, "It's actually allegedly," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I know."
Well, Mr. Hipshot has
Mr.
a good point.
Hipshot.
If I threw Bobby Kotick, he's got his golden parachute. He wouldn't land
He's
in the
got his
volcano.
golden parachute, but if the parachute's made of gold, he's just thinking.
Oh yeah.
And also, Nick, if
Too hot?
someone goes, "Oh, it's actually said allegedly," you could just be like, "Yeah, supposedly."
Supposedly it is.
Just hit right
No,
back.
it's supposedly. Anyway, Mr. Hipshot, I'm so glad that like Jeff and Gaz and Tom are still there. I keep putting their names in the chat, and they're still there. But we're probably in another room somewhere in the background. Mr. Hipshot, here's one good thing Xbox did recently. Yeah,
Only one?
one. The new indie section of the store is pretty cool. It seems to move around a bit like other sections of the store. One time I checked the game section of the store and clicked down once and boom, indie games right there. Another time it was 4 clicks down. Either way, it's still cool and great visibility for indies not in Game Pass. If Dave the Diver ever comes to Xbox, do you think it will show up in the news section?
No.
For sure.
No,
What?
it's not an indie
Why?
game. It's got a massive
that's right.
publisher
Yes,
behind
correct.
It,
Yes,
wouldn't
yes,
be,
yes, yes,
it
that's right.
wouldn't be published via the ID at Xbox program.
Theoretically, yes. If it's specifically ID at Xbox stuff, then no, it wouldn't be there.
You know what should be in there? Baldur's Gate 3.
What?
That was published by ID at Xbox.
Yeah. Yep. It's an ID game.
Yep.
They should have that front and center on that thing. Still take issue with the name. I still take issue
I
with
haven't
that
thought
name.
about it
Indie
once.
Selects is just-
Zindies. The Zindies, mate.
Indie Selects is just, that's such a weird name. I don't know.
Dave the Diver rules, and I do hope it comes to the console. So I can give it a nice 8.5 because I've played through all of it, so I can already do that. It's really fun. It's a huge mashup of genres that I think gets a little too big by the end with how many genres there are, but it's very fun. Very good game.
Thanks, Top. GTA 4 is not great on PC. You need mods to make it properly playable.
And
Yeah, that's right. GTA 4 is shit.
yeah, because you're lazy, you just mod it and it's great.
Shark shit covered in molasses. That's how it feels to play GTA.
Or just don't be lazy. Play it on PC. And away you go,
Is it on Mac?
bitch. Nothing's on Mac.
Is it on Mac? Call of
I don't
Duty
know.
4 is. As in 2007 Call of Duty 4.
Look, if we ever get our NZXT partnership, then we'll get you a gaming PC.
and Tomb Raider, 2013 Tomb Raider's on Mac. Some quality
And you're
games.
about to get Death Stranding.
Two of the best games ever are on
You
Mac.
got Resident Evil 4
Mate.
Remake and Resident Evil 8.
Mac gaming is pumping.
Booming.
It's like a nightclub. It's like a Melbourne
How
nightclub
about this?
in there.
The game you can play on PC that is great without a single mod is Red Dead Redemption 2. It feels fantastic. It does.
Okay.
Now, it might not be your tea for how it's set up and how long it is, but the actual moment-to-moment gameplay in that game on mouse and keyboard, some of the best ever. It is a shame it never got 60 FPS on console to feel better.
Yeah. Maybe with the PS5 Pro exclusive 60 FPS mode. Okay. Lee Layfield. In light of Xbox possibly going multi-plat with some games, Hi-Fi Rush, DualSense support, that was that thing. They just supported it on Steam.
Yep.
And Jez saying Xbox is shutting down its physical game division.
No.
It feels like two things to me. I know, we spoke about this earlier. I'll finish the
That's
question.
not strictly true. Consolidating
Yes.
their physical games.
Consolidating and
But you
possibly
see how the
shrinking
first
somewhat.
thing said is what people remember.
That's right. That's why you don't drunk/rage/panic/
You just got to
half
be
asleep
careful
tweet.
with the first things you say. Like,
Yeah.
we didn't like that.
Yeah. 1. Xbox is looking at where the industry is going and again rushing to it like TV, which I said earlier. This was another Xbox One moment. 2. Xbox wants all the money from every possible platform but doesn't understand it devalues the platform for customers and third parties. Also true.
How would they not understand?
Once
They
again,
understand.
They don't. Once
do.
again, Xbox doesn't get gaming, they get business, but which wins out overall, we'll have to wait and see. Question. With all the layoffs happening, would you say gaming is crashing again, but in a different way? I believe it is. We're already over halfway to last year's number of layoffs, and it's not even February. P.S. Super Nintendo Switch launches 9th of September. That's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. Ooh. The rumor
Hit the
is
rumor mill
September.
button.
No, the rumor is September. Like I've seen that floating around too. It seems to line up.
That was the AI Game Shark thing where they were saying everyone just keeps
Yeah,
playing September.
and then there was the Lego thing, the Lego Ocarina Deku Tree thing, which was September.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't wait. Oh my God.
I mean, we could spend another 45 minutes on this question. I think we've
Made
talked
our
about
thoughts
every aspect
known.
of what Lee's kind of laid out here.
Yes, and I agree with all of what Lee
and
said.
that's how Lee should know immediately
with
that
all
he's
of it.
wrong because Nick agrees with him.
Nah, bullshit.
I agree with some of it. Like, I
Nah,
don't
I
think
agree.
I don't think Xbox is completely oblivious to the fact that if it chooses to pump all of their games as a third party.
Some of their games.
I don't think they're oblivious. Yeah, I'm just saying, generally, they're not oblivious to the fact that it is going to have an impact on how people perceive the brand they've spent the last 21, 22 years building.
No. A segment of Microsoft. See, this is the thing. I saw this idiot on Twitter clipping me saying, look at these idiots telling Satya he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, mate, don't be a fucking stupid gronk. Like, these executives and CEOs aren't infallible. We had Satya Nadella admit publicly... No, hold on. We had Satya Nadella admit publicly they made a mistake with Windows Phone. They admitted publicly they made a mistake with Windows Phone. They shouldn't have shut it down. And that's their business. OSs on computing devices is their business. And they admit they made a mistake. So don't sit there and tell me that, oh, you're giving advice to Satya. I don't think Satya truly understands the gaming business. That's what Phil's there for. So Satya is Mr. We Want to Be Everywhere. That's their thing. That's his thing, is it not? It always has been. So that's not a shock to anyone, but that doesn't mean it's the right move. That's all we're trying to say.
Yeah.
It's not about thinking we're smarter than Satya. That's not what it's about. But you've got this dude admitting himself, yeah, sometimes we make some mistakes. They're still just humans. If according to that idiot that clipped us, if according to him Satya's such a genius, why couldn't they turn Windows Phone around? They were in the market before Apple was. They were in the market before Google was. Why couldn't they turn it around, dickhead? If you're so fucking smart. Fuck, people piss me off. Like,
I know the feeling.
I
I really know the feeling.
This disingenuous console warring fucking bullshit. Like, seriously. Oh, you're giving such advice. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Like, you know what you're talking about. You gutless
Like
shit. You
Satya
fucking
watches
deleted
this
your
podcast.
deleted your first tweet because I quote tweeted you. Oh, I didn't mean to delete it. Yeah, you accidentally deleted a tweet 7 hours later, did you? Fuck off, dickhead. Anyway, next question. Omen. What a week. If you could cancel another in-development Xbox game to revive Project Odyssey, which game would you cancel?
None.
I mean, I was about to say I wouldn't do that anyway because I have no interest in a survival game that wasn't in great shape.
Yeah, same.
But if we're living in a hypothetical space where Odyssey was amazing and we want it revived, what game would we cancel?
Age of Mythology. I don't care.
Well,
I don't care.
yeah.
Sorry, RTS fans. Stuck it up.
Elder Scrolls 6. I have no interest in Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls.
Aura History
Cancel that.
Untold. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. You know, whatever.
In my galactic empire,
personal
I would
perspective.
ban hypotheticals. No more.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gone.
Okay. Yeah. In that hypothetical scenario, I have no interest in Elder Scrolls 6.
Oh,
cancel that
I
one.
know. Super Mario Odyssey 2. Gone.
There. Microsoft doesn't make that. They can't
Once they
cancel
own-
what's going to be one of the greatest,
Once they own
greatest
Nintendo.
games ever made.
In this
It's gonna
hypothetical,
be one
they
of
own
the
Nintendo.
greatest games ever made. Super Mario Odyssey 2. Booking it now. It's going to be one of the greatest games of all time. Easy. Anyway,
First one's a solid
next
7.
question. Nick Baker confirms Elder Scrolls 6 cancelled.
It's a big question because of the picture.
Vinny 13. Evening panel. Recent Xbox Era podcasts have gone pretty long. I thought that might not be the case this week until the MS layoff news broke. Even Sick is resigned to it this week, and that's the WhatsApp chat thing.
It's true.
Yeah. Anyway, to my question, which is in no way related to the goings-on of this week. If you were to choose between a knife and a baseball bat in a 1v1 fight to the death, what would you each pick? This is assuming the other person is approximately your size and receives the weapon you did not choose. Keep up the good work. Jeez, that's a dark question.
Well,
Yeah.
now this
Baseball bat.
got some furious debate. Now, initially, I went baseball bat, but then as
Baseball
we
bat.
discussed this, right? You've
Yeah.
got to get a good swing, and you've really kind of got to connect
Yep.
with a pit, you know. But man, the second I get in under that swing, you miss me once.
Yeah, I know, but you got to get close. I can keep you at a distance with the bat. I can keep you at a distance with the bat.
Wait, you poke the bat to try and keep me distant. I grab it. You're fucked. You swing the bat and you miss. I'm in.
no.
You're fucked. Knife all the way.
We're assuming a small knife. We're
I'm
assuming
assuming
a
a
small
standard
knife.
kitchen knife. So I'm picturing, you know, something fairly decent here.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like
Look, I'm going to put up some
That's
stats. Here in
blood,
America,
artery murder.
we're great at murdering people, and baseball bats don't even register. Knives, number 3 for ways of killing people. You got handguns, firearms, and then knives.
Yeah, but that's
Not baseball bats.
That's not really a. Yeah, but
Every person killed by a knife had a baseball bat. You can't disprove it, Nick. All right, next question.
no, I don't know. I'd personally, just purely for the distance and the fact that I know it's going to hurt if it lands, I'm going the baseball bat. Myself, personally.
Depends on the
I'm
size of the
going
knife.
baseball bat.
It's a little tiny flip knife, like some little piece of shit. Nah. If it's a nice big Bowie knife, got like 8 rock
Oh, like a
hard
machete.
inches.
If it's like
Yeah.
a machete,
Well,
then
like,
yeah,
if it's
maybe a
friggin'
machete. I'm
like
going the
that,
knife.
sure. But even if it's something
Yeah.
like,
I'll tell you what.
know,
Gamescom, August. You bring a baseball bat.
Yeah, I'll bring a
I'll
baseball
bring a
bat.
decently sized red knife. And let's have a fucking ruck, bro.
A fight to
versus
the
your bat.
a fight to
what do
the
you
death.
think?
Nah, I'll take the bat. I'll take the bat over that. I'll take the bat. No, I'm taking the bat.
I've got my.
You've got to
frog
see the
kicking.
knife. If you know what, if I had it handy, I'd show you the knife that one of my best mate bought me for my 21st. He bought me a display knife.
Nice.
This thing is full on. It's like that long and it's like curved and it is nutso. This knife, it's crazy. That knife, I'd probably take over a baseball bat. That specific knife that I have. But yeah. Anyway, that's not a knife. This is a knife. I see, you've played Knifey Spoony before. Okay. Mort. Have you got Mort's question up, Jesse?
Yes, it's up now. I press the button.
Okay. Hello there. I just found out PlayStation offers cloud streaming of some games you own on PS Plus, Premium, Ultra, Deluxe, Super subscribers since October. I was surprised that it's been talked about for Xbox for a long time, but it seems Sony beat them to it. Questions. A. Why is this not talked about more on the PlayStation side of things? I had never heard of it until today. Is it because it's early days, or does the cult not care? Have any of you tried it? Answer to question A is PlayStation fans just care about sales.
And
Metacritic scores.
there is a
That's
difference.
probably why.
So Xbox Cloud Gaming gives you everything essentially that's on Game Pass Ultimate for the most part. Like it's all mostly there. It's not everything, but it's quite a bit. As where PlayStation 5's is a select amount of games you might own, which sounds great if it's everything you own, but when it's a very select choice in this beta stage, it's just not. It's not the same. It's not like, oh, I load up their cloud server, I got like friggin' 300 games to choose from. It's like, no, I might only own 5. I might own 30. But it's a very different thing. So they do 4K. They give you your own games you buy, but it's much more limited. And I also just don't think that if the people that really want cloud streaming are probably going GeForce now, because that's the best one. That feels the best, runs the best, is the most places. This one's also not
for a
everywhere.
For a group that loves to laud their superiority over everyone, it is odd that they don't like. The irony of all this cloud shit is that Sony were first to that game when they bought OnLive and Gaikai and whatever, and they just never bothered with it. Like they were first to do it in gaming, and yet they just never pursued it. So it's funny to see that.
It's not the
and it
way
does keep
this
talking about it.
cloud isn't super casual focused, and that is a lot of their audience. They are the casual console. They have a ton of hardcore, but still, if it's not everywhere, if it's not in every country, if it's still
Not in
limited
Australia.
on what you can play, like it just cuts down. And I tried finding, like I was telling him, he found out about it because I was talking about it in the public Discord. People were like, really? I had no idea. I was like, yeah, it started in October. But I can't find anyone talking about it since then. like no coverage at all. Kind of came and went.
And the second part of Mort's question is also true in relation to this. What's the holdup on Xbox Cloud services? Lagging behind in both features and quality, it seems. A bit odd for the world's biggest tech company. When do you think we'll see improvements on Xbox? 100%.
Soon.
100%.
So I maintain they stopped investing in cloud the instant regulators started asking them about it. Like it just died during ABK. They were just like, oh, we're going to start getting hit on this. They knew way before we did with the regulators and what they wanted to know. And now that it's done, there's been things about there's a new testing phase coming for xCloud, which we have not had in years.
Yeah.
Okay. But xCloud started long before COVID and ABK, and they were still slow rolling stuff out, and others were ahead of them on certain features even then.
Well, it was slow because they couldn't get enough. I mean, they also couldn't get enough server blades, and it was never cost effective. We found that out during the trial. It costs them money every time someone uses it. And Fortnite, which has been enormous, is just breaking even. Like that was right from the trial and things that the government knows they can't lie about. It's costing them money. They're not making money on it now, so their investments, they don't have to go all out because people it's not worth it for them. Not yet. And that's why they signed the deal seemingly happily with Ubisoft. Let Ubisoft burden some of that, publishing responsibility for it to maybe now it'll make sense financially instead of being the future thing, but in the actual present, it's just shit business.
Maybe. Okay. But good question.
Mm-hmm. And in the end,
we
don't really know. We can guess.
I'd love to see like more than 1080p or 720p streams, and give me the 4K.
Yeah.
Give me the yeah.
If others have it, then you should have it. Like, and even the touch control thing, I can't believe that just got here now. Just now.
I wish I could find the thing. There's a new beta sign up that someone found about xCloud, which we haven't had since like 2021 or something. Like it's been a while since we've had anything new in xCloud. Yeah. I imagine we don't hear that team talking about it a lot. Like probably got moved to AI.
Maybe.
Well,
NVIDIA Apple Vision Pro version ends up being the best.
NVIDIA does not have a platform of their own. So it ends up just being a very different thing for them financially. So finding this way to get people to give them money to play things they already own makes a lot of sense. They make the hardware too. They're not paying others to make the hardware.
Next question. Executive producer, J White 723. Hey guys, here with another wish to bring back an old game. Has anyone heard of Impossible Creatures? Picture an RTS where you send out armies of combined weird animals, cheetahs with shark heads, gorillas with scorpion tails, wolves with eagles' wings. You get the idea. The original game was developed by Relic and published by Microsoft. It's now owned by THQ Nordic, which means Embracer have their hands on this beautiful gem. I would love for Xbox to go to them and talk about creating an Impossible Creatures too. I don't know anything about StarCraft, but this is the only RTS I want. From now on, I'm Team Bricktails and Impossible Creatures for Xbox. Impossible Creatures. I am going to quickly...
This is
playing it on stream.
Old school RTS. It merged all these different animals together.
Okay.
God, when would it have been? Early
2003.
2000s?
2003. Yeah. It is 21 years old as of January. It's January 2020.
Yeah.
2003.
I don't think it did. I don't think it did gangbusters. I could be wrong, but I don't presume a sequel of Impossible Creatures is coming.
Published by Microsoft. Wow.
It had a 72 on Metacritic.
So it's not bad.
That's mixed.
Because it's not great.
Mixed.
You got to remember, back then,
no,
a 98 was
poor.
easy. Yeah, back then, a 98 was easy to get. Like, you look at old Metacritic,
83
like,
is mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, 83 is mixed. 72 is poor. Don't forget.
Back then, it literally was like an A rating is 100 to 95. A B is 95 to 90, and Then, C, 90 to 80. Then anything below that, you're just a D or an F.
Yeah. But that was also back in a time, don't forget, with game reviews and stuff back in the early 2000s, late 90s, games back then tended to be reviewed for what they were.
Yeah.
Which is why you see
And there were
high
a
scores
lot
for
less
games you wouldn't
reviews.
expect.
There was like 30 to 50,
Yeah.
not 150 to 250.
Yeah. And remember, back then there wasn't this sort of disease we have now where everything has to be a AAA third-person over-the-shoulder game, otherwise bad luck. Games got reviewed back then for what they were, and people enjoyed all sorts of games.
In my
Back then.
day.
Yeah, back in the old days. Now, you got to be a third-person AAA over-the-shoulder, man, or you're shit out of luck.
Ugh, Bluey. I'm skipping this one. God, they're Bluey.
Oh, I love Bluey.
God
But
damn, my
yeah,
4K videos.
it's
don't play.
interesting though. It is interesting that was Relic and Microsoft. Very interesting. So when Microsoft buys CEO, ooh, we might be back on. Hey.
Sheesh Nick confirms.
Shape shell.
Shape shell.
I reckon a game like that could be funny. If they did it now and they did it well, it could be a funny game. It wouldn't be successful. I don't envision it being successful, but it'd be a funny game. Interesting.
In
Well,
terms
when
of,
Embracer shuts everything down, because
Yeah.
let's be honest, that's going to happen eventually.
we need Mechasalt back. That's what we need. Anyway, next question.
Rock and
Thank
roll
you.
racing.
Thank you, Jordan White.
Yes. SJ Dub. Hey, fellas. I hope you're all doing well. What a week, huh? I was going to ask about the ABK layoffs, but I know you'll talk about it extensively, and I want to wait a little bit longer for more news to come out before I express my opinion. Instead, my question is, do you guys have any hobbies, or is there anything that you like to do outside of video games? I like to play basketball and work out, as those help me to calm my mind and get out all the stress that comes with work, college, and life in general. Have a great weekend. Thanks, SJ.
For the past few years,
What do you guys
no.
do?
I used to.
Just
I used to have
no life
hobbies.
in that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love to read. I used to love playing live music, but yeah, that's died mostly because I'm busy doing other things. I like playing board games, but I kind of class that as video game. It's games.
Part of gaming. Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, mostly for me, it's massive movie watcher. Like I love watching film. So,
But is that a hobby?
yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Like,
You reckon?
If you spend time
I
doing
don't
something, it's
just- I
essentially a
don't just-
hobby.
yeah,
I
It's a
eat
weird
food.
one.
It's not a hobby.
you could
You can
could-
be a
I spend
foodie.
time eating food.
Being a foodie is a hobby, depending on how you do it.
yeah, like I love cooking.
If you
I have
make
breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, but that's literally just sustenance. I'm talking about people that are all about
That's
foodie
right.
culture and I'm going to this restaurant, I'm getting these, I'm trying to make this recipe. It's a big part of their life is trying out new stuff.
I guess so. I never really saw it that way, but I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, a hobby is something you do for pleasure, essentially, like something you wouldn't do otherwise, but you're doing it because you enjoy the act of doing it. Like, you know,
Look, this probably won't surprise you, SJ, but I don't have much outside of video games. Like, I love the footy, but I don't consider that a hobby per se. People love their sporting teams, but would you consider that a hobby? I don't know.
watching not
Like,
as
I
much
love
as
my
playing.
footy.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't. I used to play indoor soccer, and I was quite good at it. But I'm not that I'm too old, but yeah, I don't know if my body would hold up to the rigors of futsal anymore. I'm all about Collingwood, which is ironic because the next question's from good old Collingwood. I guess, yeah, I'm big on movies and TV shows. I
Get to that
also
question.
work out, but I don't enjoy it. I hate going to the gym. Fucking hate it.
Good on you, mate. Well done. Call it out
I
for
ha-
like it is. It's a fucking
I
chore.
hate- I
Fuck
hate
it.
going to the gym so much. I've been doing it for 20 years and I hate it with a passion going to the gym. And everyone's like, why do you do it? And I'm like, well, do you know me? My vanity overrides my laziness. Like, I'm incredibly lazy and hate going to the gym, but my vanity is that strong that I go anyway. I force myself to go so I don't become an old man that gets out of shape.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
If anyone wants to hear and hear my dulcet tones, you can go look up 10 Minutes to Rest on Spotify. And you'll hear the last EP I did with a friend of mine as acoustic music. If you're really bored, if you want to hear that, you can go find some tunes with me singing. There you go. Have fun. Enjoy. All right.
Okay.
I'll embarrass myself on the internet for funsies, okay? I can do that. Yeah. There you go. Exclusive.
Next question. Good old Collingwood, ironically. Funnily enough. Good weekend. Ironically is the wrong word. Good weekend, John, Nick, and Jesse. Short question so John can get some sleep. Have you thought about playing Fantasy Critic?
No, because I do too
I
many
don't think
reviews
so.
that affect.
Yeah, that sounds
We
like
do-
a lot of work.
Well, no, it's also we do reviews that affect scores, so it would feel really weird. I'm
lot
going to
of
give
other-
this game a
yeah,
great
well,
score that
yeah,
I
yeah.
took. Like that's what always gets me.
Yeah.
Like, no,
There is a
I'm
bit
not,
of conflict of interest
I'm
about
not
that,
insider
isn't
trading.
it? Yeah, that's true. There is an element.
What do you
of
think of this game?
conflict of interest. Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a very good point. I didn't think of that. But it also does sound like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Probably.
Like,
I'm not into fantasy
Like-
sports stuff at all, so not for me.
yeah, like good old Collingwood will be aware of this, but I used to do the AFL footy equivalent, Supercoach. I used to do Supercoach a long, long time ago, and after like 2 or 3 seasons of doing that, I just got over it. Like, it's like a job. Like, you got to be full on in there and watching and be like, okay, this player's injured, so I got to trade him out and put this one in. And how many points is this player racking up this week? It's like, oh my god, I just can't be bothered. I just wanted to create a team, set it, and forget it. And then I discovered that's not the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to be on it and tracking it. And I'm like, oh my god, I already have a job. I don't need this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't think we will partake in those activities, personally. I know Jeff Grubb and Mike do it, and they're full on into it. I don't think I could do it.
Maybe if
Sorry.
patrons demanded it, then we'd have to.
Oh.
Oh no! Don't give them ideas.
Okay. First time community question asker. Shirazi, aka Mohammed Shiraz.
He's a patron now.
Because he joined the Patreon.
This is beautiful.
And he's asking a question for the first time. How good's that?
I'm touched.
Too good. Hi, everyone. I might just be dumb and blind. You're not dumb and blind, mate. But this has been bugging me since the Dev Direct. The lighting, especially the sun, in Avowed, especially the sandy areas with the lizard men, looks exactly like how Dead Island 1 used it in terms of the way it casts shadows and how the sun hits. I might just be tripping. But for some reason, it reminded me of that. I even went back to watch Dead Island 1 footage, and it does look similar. Not saying the lighting looks shit, but more of a point of observation. For what it's worth, I like Dead Island 1's lighting. The sun really added to the atmosphere. Please feel free to invalidate this opinion. I haven't seen Dead Island 1 in a long time. I like the lighting in Avowed a lot. I think it's very, very good lighting.
Even though it looks like a 360 game?
Yeah. Hey,
Oh, no.
great lighting can even make ugly games look good. Great
Dead
lighting
Island
can
was
even
the
make ugly games
Chrome
look good.
engine. The old Techland one. I don't know.
Mm.
I think maybe similar
I
art
haven't-
styles and the way it's used because they are very different engines in with about probably being on Unreal 5.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch Dead Island footage to see, but if it really does look like Avowed, then it must have really good lighting because I love the lighting in Avowed. That's some of
Also-
the best lighting I've seen in a game.
That
for a long
that
time.
last name from Mohammed Shiraz, that's my dad's mom's family name. Maybe
it?
we're secret cousins. The Caters.
Dun,
Maybe.
Dun, dun.
I know with Greek people, there's always like 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah, we're Lebanese side for me.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. Like my mates in Sydney. A lot of Lebanese people in Sydney. All the Greeks are down in Melbourne, and the Lebanese people are up in Sydney.
I need to get my Greek flag back so I can have it pop up.
I don't know why it's like that. Do you know that Melbourne has the third largest Greek population in the world?
Yeah, I think you said that
I
before.
didn't know that.
It's a lot of Greek people down here. A lot of them.
Wow.
Okay.
Next question.
Executive producer, Torn Raptor. Hi, gents. I muted the layoff thread pretty quick, as I do with any stories in gaming that I know could make me miserable. Life itself can be stressful enough to also let it affect me in my hobby that should help me escape the outside world. Simply, what do you ignore for your sanity to remain in good health? Or do you let it all wash over you, good or bad? If you do, you are better than me. Also, my stage 3 tax cut. Yeah.
I used to ignore really
Australian
bad
politics
video game threads, and I don't get to anymore.
I kind of like. I've seen on the forum, like, someone posted a goodbye thread. People get really upset with other people in the community for either having an opinion or, more likely, for just being unnecessarily, unrelentingly negative. Personally, I think Torn Raptor's got the right idea. Dip out of that shit. If you're not, just ignore it. You know,
I take it all in. I take it.
It doesn't
all
bother
in.
me. I can read everything and just be like, if I see a stupid opinion, I'll be like, heh, and then I'll move on with my life.
I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I take
our
it all
forum, where I know I laugh at the dumb opinion, but I know it's going to empower the next 2 or 3 days of talking and people yelling at each other. At which point I'm like, fuck, god damn it, I know where we're going.
No,
and it's like, oh, and by the way, Nick, chicken souvlaki.
Souvlaki, hey.
It was dinner tonight. I'm freaking starving.
Chicken
4 hours.
souvlaki. How good's that? You know what you should do? Do they do pork souvlaki in America?
I can get, you can get almost anything. There's a lot of country of immigrants.
Oh,
We can
okay.
get a lot of food here.
Oh, no, I know. But like in Greece, like it's very difficult to not get a pork souvlaki. But in Melbourne, we really push the lamb and the chicken, and not many places do pork, which really disappoints me because I prefer pork.
We used to do more
also
lamb here.
leaner.
It's mostly chicken and Euro meat and stuff lately because lamb's super
It's
expensive.
the fillets are better. The fillets are better than the gyro. Like proper fillets is very, very nice.
All right, sorry. Move on.
But Torn Raptor, I take it all in. I can't help myself. I read all the negative comments about me. I read all the horrible shit people say about me. All the negative topics, I take it all in. Don't ask me why. Maybe I'm a masochist. I have no idea why. I'm probably mentally ill. My brother's always telling me, he's like, I don't know why the fuck you read Reddit. I don't know why you read all the shit people say on Twitter. He goes, I don't know why you do it. I'm like,
It's
neither
crazy.
do I.
As bad as all the forums we know are, I think Reddit might be the worst. It might be the most toxic.
It is quite toxic on Reddit. It's actually quite confronting how toxic it is. Like on Twitter, I see 50-50. You're muted.
It is
on Twitter, I see sort of 50-50. Like I see some positivity and I see Reddit. God, like to try and find, like when I see my Rumourmills pop up on Reddit, to find even a neutral comment, let alone a positive one, is needle in a haystack type stuff. Like it's crazy. On
And it
Reddit,
has Nick
how
feeling
negative
blue.
it is. It's unbelievable how negative they are. Unbelievable. Yeah. And I shouldn't take it all in, and I can't help myself. I do. Can't help it.
You shouldn't, but I know it. I know what you're saying. I get it. But
I'm sure it works wonders for my mental health.
yeah, it
Wonders.
probably doesn't. It probably doesn't.
Yep.
You should stop
Yeah.
breakdown.
I laugh and I smile on camera.
Yeah. Afterwards, you're like in the shower. Like,
Yeah. I laugh. On the outside.
And as we approach
they're not-
25,000 subs and 5 million views, it's only going to get worse as we get bigger and bigger.
But then off camera, it's raining all the time.
In my heart.
Yep. Okay. Last question. As Wizu. For people. Oh, no. Oh, wow. We're at 4 hours again.
Yeah, I
Fuck.
know. Just every fucking.
It's why I keep trying to move you along, and then you get annoyed, and you go, "Oh, oops."
As Wizu. For people who want to know why Ninja Theory did not make a traditional AAA $70 Hellblade game,
I love
Please.
this question.
please watch the video they posted and please watch the video they posted announcement their acquisition. Okay, I think there's a couple of words missing there. They agreed to be acquired because they wanted to break out of the AAA cycle and demonstrate that small teams can make and deliver impactful games. I am glad that the studio culture hasn't changed just because they have more funding. Number 18. I can already imagine Jesse playing the Wrap It Up music in the background. Maybe you should seriously consider inserting the Patron questions during topic discussion. Otherwise, this doesn't look scalable.
We have
So-
plans.
Yeah,
Community
we
questions
have
will be
plans.
questions, because John called this a great question. There's no question. It's just a statement.
No, I know.
So the
It is just a
statement
statement.
show, doing a statement show where you can wax lyrical about whatever you want, would be something we could do monthly as a patron exclusive type thing, and then it goes live, I don't know, a month later or something. But yeah, we have ideas for
like-
trying to keep it scalable, and also like maybe it just ends up being we don't get to every question, and we bank those and put them into the patron show type of stuff.
Yeah,
we'll always
like,
get to them
we-
eventually.
We'd love to have a world because this is yours, right? The only reason any of this exists is because of you guys. So you could look upon it as maybe we could do something like community conversations, which is kind of like a letters to the team, and you can write an opinion piece. We can have a discussion around it, whatever you fancy. But ideally, if we want to continue questions like this in the podcast format in its current form, we're going to need to
Why though? We timestamp it. If people don't want to watch it, then
I don't mind, but I think in terms of brevity and just having shorter episodes to consume and having.
But again, it's a highly detailed, time-stamped show. If you don't want to listen to the community questions, then just dip out when they start.
It's not about not listening. So slightly different perspective. For you, for me, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
There are, and I think it's a fair call out. There are certain points when we've got 25 questions and it's already 1:30, and I'm like,
Yeah. I guess
you know,
Yeah, we're
I'd
talking about the
rather,
scalability
give
as
it
we
my
grow. Yeah.
my full attention as opposed to my mind's wandering because I'm
Well-
half asleep. So
Well, I mean, put it this way: if all three of us were full time, like if I didn't have a day job and all that sort of stuff, and we probably wouldn't have this time slot. We'd probably change the time we do this podcast.
yeah,
Probably would.
yep. And
If
that's
we were
one of
all
the
three
that's
of
one of
us.
the challenges. We've got to juggle 3 separate time zones. But
You don't really
there's-
juggle mine. You just tell me
means
to be
more.
there whenever you two can be there. And I'm like, fine.
If this was all three of our full time jobs, I would do this podcast at a more awkward hour for me, knowing that this is my full time job and I don't have to worry about getting up for work the next day. We'd do it at a better time. Yeah. And probably a time slot where we can get more live viewers than we do now.
we peaked at 430
Yeah, we're at
or something.
2.2K for the show already. It's not bad.
Oh, okay.
More than normal.
Very nice.
But back to your statement, yeah, I'm glad Ninja Theory are doing that too.
Yeah, same.
So am I. I like smaller stuff. I would love more small AAA small stuff. Love it.
And it follows
Couldn't get
through
enough.
on what they said they wanted out of these teams was to be the best versions of what they are and not something different. The dream
No
games
top.
that these
How
people
about-
wanted to make.
Top, they should move to Australia, not me moving to the UK.
No,
They
the
should
plan
come
was
move
we
to Australia.
find a Caribbean island, we buy it, and then we all move there.
Yeah, they should come down here, not me going there.
Who owns
should come
Epstein
here.
Island? How cheap can we get it?
Yeah.
Don't want to be associated with that.
We will
place.
rename it and
Also,
we'll
Fire
pretend.
sale.
Just learning that Hugh is in my neck of the woods, like genuinely
Yeah.
in my neck of the woods. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird to me. The world is small.
Hmm.
I had
I'd
no
catch up
idea.
with I'd catch
No,
up
it's
with
impressive.
patrons if they were nearby.
Yeah.
But even our Australian patrons like aren't in Melbourne. I don't think any of them are. I don't think. Good Old Collingwood's not in Melbourne. Not as in like inner city Melbourne.
God damn it. I got excited because I got a work email, but it's just a fucking person wanting to buy an ad slot. Dumb shit.
There are a lot of people
okay.
wanting to buy ad slots.
It's like 50, 60 a week at least.
I had a really funny Facebook conversation with someone, like on the XboxEra Facebook account, that was like genuinely had me laughing. And I'll give you a transcription of this just for amusement's sake. I won't say the name, but it just literally went, "Hello, hope you are well. We want to publish our content on your website. Please let us know the good price for each post. Waiting your reply, thanks." And then I didn't reply because I normally ignore these things.
So they email you again.
Any
Yeah.
update? This isn't an email. This is Messenger on Facebook. I was like, yeah, we don't do that though. Thanks. My article is ready. They replied. I was like, no. And they went, new articles are published on your website on daily basis. Please publish my article. I was like, yeah, but those articles are written by us. I'll publish yours for $100,000, but only
Yeah.
if it's really good. Okay, you will write my article and publish it, but involve my link in the article? Question mark. For $100,000? Sure. It is too much. Oh well, never mind. $1,000 for each post. I'm like, $1,000 dues for each post. And then loads of question marks. And I was like, after careful consideration, no, still no. But yeah, it's just nuts. It's constant. Just wanting us to post Bitcoin nonsense. There you go.
Web3
Anyways.
AI.
It's time to
That's
call
it.
it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it
That's
up.
it.
It's the end of the show.
Wrap that up. We're done. At 4 hours again.
Again.
And I'm sweating.
Fuck
Again.
you, Vinny 13.
I'm sweating again.
Yeah, I have to admit, the longer this PC is on, it's just pumping out heat. And it's, yeah.
Oh.
Whew. Anyway, chat. I hope you have a wonderful weekend doing whatever you do. What's left of it.
Oh,
be good
wow.
to each other. Play video
Magnum,
games.
we are not close to each other, mate. If that's where you are, we are not close to each other. And I ain't driving out there, mate.
You can just type that
You
chat.
wanna come to me? You wanna come to me? We'll have a coffee. No worries. I ain't going out there. It's not gonna happen. No chance. I don't like driving too far away from home. Shocker, right?
Video game nerd doesn't like driving too far from home.
Like, if Jesse and John come and live in Australia, I'm gonna make them live like a suburb away. They ain't going far from me. They're living like a suburb away. And that's it.
No, you got to come to lovely, breezy UK, mate. It's lovely.
No
over
fucking
here.
chance.
No,
Don't you want to come here where our summers are like 18 degrees?
I can't.
Don't you want to do that?
I can't track the kids with me, mate. Their mum
Why?
has to stay in these.
Just
their
bring
mum
them.
has to stay in these things.
You've already pushed her off a cliff. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I forgot. Wait, which one?
You pushed,
Oh no!
you pushed her off a
I
cliff.
just confirmed the death threat. Oh no!
Don't worry about it. Your kids would love Australia. This is
I bet
where
they
Blue is made. This is
Yeah.
where Blue is made.
They get the episodes first.
If you
They'd
let Nick
love
keep
it.
talking about Australia, we are going to hit 5 hours.
Yeah, that's
They'd
true. All
love
right,
it.
let's wrap
They
it.
would
Wrap it up.
love it here.
See you next week, folks.
Yeah.
Be good to each other.
Ciao for now.
The Xbox Era podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpole, and Jordan White.